Good afternoon, Talaingod teachers. We're back and we are still tuning in on the Talaingod District Echo and Division of Trainers on Learning Management System. Kumusta po kayo? Nabusog po ba kayo sa inyong pananghalian? I hope na may dala kayong mga candies, tubig at mga pagkain dahil alam ko na marami talagang aantukin sa hapong ito. Upang higit na maintindihan natin ang ating mga tatalakayin is dapat meron tayong mga katabing pagkain at tubig para maaari natin kainin. But before we start in our session this afternoon, I just want to remind again that we will have another attendance link. Kaya kapag nakita nyo ng attendance link is picturean nyo na agad at screenshot upang hindi natin makalimutan. And later on, we will announce kung open na po ba ang ating attendance. We are requesting you to give focus in this webinar so that you will not miss the attendance. At the same time, you will also learn in this afternoon's discussion. Okay, so magandang hapon sa lahat. Again, magandang hapon and gusto ko lamang batiin po ang lahat ng mga guro sa Talaingod District. Good afternoon at sa ating PSDS, Sir Justiniano Cubar. At sa mga kasamahan ko, sa Technical Working Group, magandang hapon sa lahat. At reminder lang po kung sino po ang gustong mag-post ng alang picture regarding sa ating seminar na ito or webinar na ito, ay huwag kalimutan ang ating official hashtag Echo on DTOT LMS on the hashtag Basta Talaingod Hawon. And kung meron din po kayo mga katanungan, ay huwag pong mahiyang mag-post or maglagay sa comment section dahil later on, we will entertain your questions together with our PSDS, Sir Justiniano Cubar. And since hindi nakapagbigay ng recap kayo ng umaga, so ngayon natin matutunghayan ang recapitulation ng day 1. Let us all welcome from Dato Jose A. Libayaw Memorial National High School, Natulinan Extension, Ma'am Jenny Lee Romo.
Good morning, teachers, and good morning, trainers. It's now just the second day of our 5-day district webinar on LMS. So let's keep our energy going because we still have 3 days to go. By the way, my name may be flashed on the screen, but I would like to introduce myself aloud. I'm Jenny Lee Romo, and I'm proud that I'm from Dat Jose A. Libayaw Memorial National High School na Extension. So, bago ang lahat, pa-shoutout ko sa among abtik nga school head, Sir Charles Ride S. Manos. My task today is to give a recap of what was discussed in the first session of our webinar yesterday, August 3, 2020. The morning session was mainly an opening program wherein our school's division superintendent, Dr. D. Silva, gave her message to encourage us to adapt in our new normal system of education in these trying times of the pandemic. Another personality from the region, Sir Diosdado San Antonio, also gave his message. After that, there was a video presentation of a public school from Navotas. That was a simulation of distance learning showing how they embrace the new normal system of basic education. The presentation also showed the new modalities of learning and our important role as teachers in this new normal form of education. When the video presentation was over, Sir Arnel Labasan gave an orientation about QATAMI or the Quality Assurance, Technical Assistance, and Monitoring and Evaluation. After that, Dr. Danny M. Kanda refreshed us of the DepEd mission, vision, objectives, and goal. That was followed by another video presentation featuring the radio-based instruction of the alternative learning system of San Isidro District, which they also called as the Trum Paaralan. Lastly, the open forum clip from the division webinar on LMS was replayed until the end of the morning session. Now, let's move on to the afternoon session. The afternoon session of our webinar yesterday was entirely about learning what is LMS and how to explore and utilize it productively for the benefit of both the teacher and his or her learners during this time of the pandemic. The training on the LMS yesterday was conducted by the, I can say, master on LMS because of his in-depth understanding of the system. He was no less than Sir Bayani Escoton, the trainer for the regional online on LMS. After Sir Bayani was done giving the discussion slash training for the day, the program host, Sir Daniel D. Somosot Jr., helped address the several concerns and greetings of the many active participants on the live chat until the afternoon session ended. That was all for the recap of what transpired on our first day of district webinar on LMS yesterday. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Jenny Lee Romo. And for the information of everybody, to give the recapitulation for tomorrow is from Palma Hill Integrated School. Again, to give the recapitulation for tomorrow is from the Palma Hill Integrated School. So, good afternoon. Okay, let's have first a greetings before we proceed to our discussion. Greetings coming from Ma'am Laureta Lucero Ohina Ugay. Hi, good afternoon from Daguhoy Elementary School. Ma'am, good afternoon. And from Sir Arnel Dungog, good afternoon everyone. Basta Talaingod, Hawod. Good afternoon, Sir Arnel. And from, of course, the friend of mine, Ma'am Aimee Bores of Dijal. Good afternoon po, Adja Talaingod, Hawod. And from Ma'am Sally Epifanio, good afternoon to all. And of course, kini akong imagine ako nabantayan ba nga pinaka-early sa tanan, Ma'am Teresa Siniagan from Dijal. Wow, very nice, Ma'am Jenny. Okay? From Ma'am Gretchen De Vera Salvame, good afternoon from Paiton Integrated School. And, okay, from Ma'am Fal Acoba, good afternoon from Naseco Integrated School. From Ma'am Jenny Lee Rumo, haha, thanks sa support Ma'am Tere and Ma'am Anna May Nueva. And from, of course, from Ma'am Marjorie Orusio, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ma'am. Thank you sa pangutana na, Ma'am. Very nice question kayo, Ma'am. And now let us have the first presentation this afternoon to discuss the most essential learning competencies in science, the CLMD Education Program Supervisor, DepEd Region 11. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome on screen Dr. Maria Liza Berandoy. Okay, before that, before we proceed to our first discussion, let's read first all the greetings. From Ma'am Teresa Siniagan, good afternoon, sir. From Ma'am Ana May Villanueva, good afternoon to all. From Ma'am Jonah Onana, good afternoon from Kilometer 31 Primary School. And I just want also to greet all the teachers of the Guhoy National High School, especially to our school head, Ma'am Christine Paulican. Good afternoon to all. And from Ma'am Karen May Punzalan, good afternoon from the Dato Jose A. Libayao Memorial National High School. From Ma'am Michelle Hamilo, good afternoon po. Good afternoon, ma'am. And we have also here from Sir Arnel Dungo, good afternoon, everyone. And from Ma'am Maria Erica Gea Galvez, good afternoon po from Napunong Elementary School. Also from Ma'am Daisy Adalin, good afternoon po from Kabadyangan Integrated School. Okay. We have also here from Ma'am, of course, Ma'am Bembem Torimucha. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, Ma'am Bembem. And of course, akong friend gihapon nga taga Simong, Ma'am Aubrey Dumatol. Good afternoon, everyone still watching from Pisulan Elementary School. From Ma'am Rapunzel Estomo, good PM from Dijal Memorial National High School. And from Ma'am Marjorie Orosog, thank you Sir Daniel, howd kayo kang char lang. Okay, di na ito basahon ma'am, ulaw ta. And of course from Ma'am Kirsty Danila, good afternoon everyone still watching from the Guhoy Elementary School, Silingan. And from Ma'am Joy Mulyaneda Corpus, good afternoon fellow teachers. Of course from Ma'am Joanne Cantos Sardoncillo, hi sa lahat, magandang hapon po. Best regards to my co-teachers of Banaog Elementary School, watching all the way from Carmen. God bless everyone. God bless din ma'am. Stay safe. And of course, I would like also to say good afternoon to all the school heads and principals, both elementary and secondary um, school heads and principals of Talaingod District, ma'am. And sir, good afternoon. From Ma'am Stella Espinoza, good afternoon, watching from Dijal. And from Malyo, Malo Archie, good afternoon everyone. Happy viewing and listening from the Dato Se Libayaw Memorial National High School. And I would like also to invite on screen Ma'am Erlene Maldo.
Hello po, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay lang po ba yung ano?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you
Okay
hear
lang.
me, sir? Good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of the TWG of this ECHO, District ECHO, we would like to thank everyone for participation. Regarding po sa ating attendance link, StreamYard po yung gamit ng TWG, StreamYard ng division. Kasi po, pag StreamYard kasi, kailangan siyang bayaran. And luckily, with the help of Sir Joash, we were able to use the StreamYard of division. With that po, there are times na talagang kailangan ng lahat ng TWG backup care all the time. Kasi po, iba yung nasa screen my audio director and everything give the quality of good sa amin lang po, attendance link para po able to catch up their work being the one who manipulate kung ano yung task na ibinigay sa kanila. Kaya nga po, 1 hour lang dapat. But then on, because of some problems with technology, specifically with our internet connection, may mga iba po talaga na nahihirapan pumasok. And with that, we extend the hour of giving the link open for all.
Nakamute ka po, ma'am.
Okay. Again po sa lahat ng participants, we do hope that all of you were able to understand the situation of the PWGs. Yung link lang po ng attendance is dapat naka-open lang po for 1 hour para lahat po sila is naka-do with their task given para maibigay the best quality for this webinar. For today, we give you the 3 hours considering na may isa pang webinar na kailangan i-attend tayong mga teachers. But for tomorrow po, we do hope na naintindihan ng lahat na kailangan 1 hour lang po talaga naka-open yung attendance link. Aside from that, ginawa namin na 1 hour para maka-focus po lahat ng ating participants na talagang naka-on screen sila dito sa ating webinar. Considering po 291 lahat ng mga teachers sa Talaingod District. Pero kung tutuusin, iilan lang po ang nasa on screen watching this webinar. We do hope na lahat ng mga teachers is maintindihan po natin kung bakit kailangan namin gawin na 1 hour open lang po ang attendance link. And with that, once again, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. Ma'am Erlene Pimaldo of Naseco Integrated School. So, and now let us have the first presentation this afternoon to discuss the most essential learning competencies in science. The CLMD Education Program Supervisor of DepEd Region 11. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome on screen Dr. Maria Liza Berandoy.
Director, Madam Maria Ines Asuncion, our Curriculum and Learning Management Division, Madam Chief Janet Veloso, to our regional training of trainers participants of this webinar on Learning Management System of Region 11. We have always been confronted with so many changes in the Department of Education. But this time, we face an unprecedented threat to the continuity of education because we face an enemy that we cannot see. And so, DepEd, with all its efforts, has tried to restructure its educational system to adapt to this new normal. One of the outcomes of this struggle is the development of the most essential learning competencies, particularly in science, which we will be learning today. And to start with, Let me touch a bit of the science framework, as this will be the road leading to the discussion of science competencies. In here, we will be showing the process of how learning competencies were trimmed down to most essential learning competencies, and subsequently the walkthrough of these competencies. For us to learn more about these competencies and what is it for, we have prepared a presentation for you to watch and listen. In this way, we will have a consistent understanding of this content.
Welcome to our orientation on the most essential learning competencies in science for Region 11. This is a reiteration from the National Orientation on the most essential learning competencies in science held last June 2020. Let us begin. K-12 science curriculum is learner-centered and inquiry-based, emphasizing the use of evidence in constructions, explanations, concepts, and skills in life sciences, physics, chemistry, and earth sciences are presented with increasing levels of complexity from one grade level to another in spiral progression, thus paving the way to a deeper understanding of core concepts. The integration across science topics and other disciplines will lead to a meaningful understanding of concepts and its application to real life situations. These are the approaches and pedagogies embedded in the science curriculum framework of the K-12 basic education. Multidisciplinary approach, science technology society approach, contextual learning, problem issue-based learning, inquiry-based approach, constructivism, social cognition learning model, learning style theory, and brain-based learning. Every science educator is encouraged to apply the suggested approaches in delivering the best science education to our learners. With the advent of MELCs, we are even highly encouraged to utilize these approaches in embracing the 21st century skills of both learners and teachers. Most of us are already familiar with the learning competencies in science found in every curriculum guide. To name a few, for grade 3, we have a total of 33 LCs. For grade 4, 41. Grade 5, 31. Grade 6, 20. Grade 7, 45. Grade 8, 48. Grade 9, 37. And grade 10, 29. For a total of 284 learning competencies. This slide shows the number of most essential learning competencies in science. As you may have noticed, the numbers have been reduced. For example, for grade 3, we have 20 LCs. Grade 4, 23. For grade 5, 21. Grade 6, 16. Grade 7, 27. Grade 8, 30. Grade 9, 26. For a total of 187 MELCs. In trimming down the learning competencies to essential learning competencies, the Central Office followed several guidelines. Each competency is classified as either essential or desirable. Those learning contents that have already been introduced in another grade level were classified as desirable, such as in the case of grade 10, quarter 1, where the competency about describing the internal structure has been already introduced in grade 8. In another case, LCs were trimmed down when its intent is the same as the competency preceding it, such as in the case of grade 10, quarter 2. In here, the application of ray diagramming can be fused with the previous competency on predicting the qualitative characteristics of images. We have here a sample of MELC guide with annotations. As you notice, there are MELCs that do not have a corresponding CG code. A missing code means the MELC is either merged or rephrased. For example, in grade 3, quarter 1, the first competency does not have a code because this competency was rephrased. In quarter 2 of the same grade level, another code was dropped in the MELCs because it has been merged into another competency. Now, let us have a walkthrough of the MELCs. We have here the grade level standards for force and energy and earth and space. Learner can describe how objects move and what makes them move. They can also identify sources and describe uses of light, heat, sound, and electricity. Learner can describe changes in the conditions of their surroundings. This would lead the learners to become more curious about their surroundings, appreciate nature, and practice health and safety measures. Now we'll look into the MELCs for this grade level standard in grade 3. In here, we see that the K-12 learning competency was rephrased. The reason was that rather than asking the learners to just list down, they were asked to describe the various uses of light, sound, heat, and electricity. Two of the LCs has been dropped because of these reasons, written in the last column. Now, let us have a walkthrough of the MELCs. We have here the grade level standards for force and energy, earth and space. In this slide, we see that the first LC was dropped, while two LCs were rephrased. The reasons for these changes are reflected in the last column. We have here the grade level standards for force and energy, earth and space for grade level 5. In this slide, we see that the first LC was dropped. So with the last LC, while the second LC was rephrased. The reason for these changes are written in the last column of this slide. We have here the grade level standards for force and energy, earth and space for grade 6. In this slide, we see that the first LC was rephrased and revised, while the second LC was dropped. These reasons, the LC was expounded to include effects of both rotation and revolution. It was dropped because this partly subsumed in the LC manipulates simple machines to describe their characteristics and uses. For junior high school, grade 7, level standards, force and energy, earth and space. Learner can describe the motion of objects in terms of distance and speed and represent this in tables, graphs, charts, and equations. They can describe how various forms of energy travel through different mediums. Learner describe what makes up the Philippines as a whole and the resources found in the archipelago. They can explain the occurrence of breezes, monsoons, and ITZZ, and how these weather systems affect people. They can explain why seasons change, and demonstrate how eclipses occur. The first LC is being rephrased and revised. The second and the third were dropped due to the following reason. The intention of the LC for the students to discover the wave characteristics that define color and intensity and energy. Map reading and landforms, bodies of water are already discussed in AP. The third LC is dropped since it was subsumed in the discussion on the difference between speed and velocity and distance and displacement. This slide shows the grade level standard competency for grade 8 for force and energy, earth and space. The first LC was rephrased, same as the third LC. The second LC was dropped, and the following reasons were reflected in the last column of this slide. In this slide is the grade level standards for grade 9 for force and energy, earth and space. For science grade 9, the first LC was revised. The second and the third were dropped. The reasons: the LC is expounded to include volcanic eruption, which is one way of classifying volcanoes. The second and the third were dropped due to the topic is already subsumed in the discussion about observable constellations on a specific time of the year. Grade 10 level standards, force and energy, earth and space. At the end of grade 10, learners realize that volcanoes and earthquakes occur in the same places in the world and that these are related to plate boundaries. They can demonstrate ways to ensure safety and reduce damage during earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Learners can explain the factors affecting the balance and stability of an object to help them practice appropriate positions and movements to achieve efficiency and safety, such as in sports and dancing. They can analyze situations in which energy is harnessed for human use, whereby heat is released. In grade 10, the first and the third LCs were dropped, and the second LC was rephrased. The reason for this are all reflected in the last column of this slide. For grade level 3 standards, domain living things in their environment. At the end of grade 3, the learner can describe the functions of the different parts of the body and things that make up their surroundings, such as rocks and soil, plants and animals. In grade 3, the first LC was rephrased. Describe the parts and function of these organs of the human body. To MELCs, describe the functions of the sense organs of the human body. The reason for this, focus should be on the main function of each sense organ. The parts of the sense organs may be tackled in a much higher grade level. Scientific terms of the parts of the sense organs are not appropriate for their age. Whereas the second competency was dropped. The reason is reflected in the last column of this slide. Another LC in Science Grade 3 is dropped. The reason, it will be discussed in Grade 4, EPP. In addition, another LC was dropped for Grade 3 due to all these topics will be covered in Grade 4, EPP. For grade level standards, Grade 4, domain living things and their environment, reflected in this slide. 1LC for grade 4 was dropped since it will be covered in grade 4 health. There are two learning competencies merged and turned into one MELCs. Describe some types of beneficial and harmful interaction among living things, for the reason that the fusion of the LCs could provide students a better understanding of the organism's interrelationships. In this slide, reflected the grade 5 level standards for living things and environment. For grade 5, two of the learning competencies were dropped since it will be covered in grade 5 health. Here is the grade 6 level standards, living things and their environment. Learners understand how the different organ systems of the human body work together. Learners can classify plants based on reproductive structures and animals based on the presence or lack of backbone. Learners can decide and conduct an investigation on plant propagation. Learners can describe larger ecosystems such as rainforests, coral reefs, and mangrove swamps. For science grade 6, 1LC is dropped since it was covered in grade 5 competency. For junior high school, grade 7 level standards, living things and their environment. After studying how organ systems work together in plants and animals in the lower grade levels, learners can use a microscope when observing very small organisms and structures. Learners recognize that living things are organized into different levels: cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, and organisms. These organisms comprise populations and communities which interact with non-living things in ecosystems. For grade 7, two LCs were dropped since it could be tackled in grade 8 and it was discussed in grade 5. For grade 8 level standards, living things and their environment is reflected in this slide. In grade 8, only one LC was dropped since it was covered in grade 6 third quarter and grade 7 health second quarter. In this slide shows the grade 9 level standards for the living things in their environment. For science grade 9, only one LC was dropped since it was covered in a grade 8 competency. This slide shows the grade 10 level standards on living things in their environment. For grade 10, only one LC was dropped since it was covered in grade 8. For the senior high school, core subject description for Earth and Life Science. This learning area is designed to provide a general background for the understanding of Earth science and biology. It presents the history of the Earth through geologic time. It discusses the Earth's structure, composition, and processes. Issues, concerns, and problems pertaining to natural hazards are also included. It highlighted and deals with the basic principles and processes in the study of biology. It covers life processes and interactions at the cellular, organism, population, and ecosystem levels. To name a few, describe classic experiments that model conditions which may have enabled the first forms to evolve. This LC could be subsumed under Science 11 or 12, Living Things, Quarter 2, Week 1, Competency Number 1. Explain the evolving concept of life based on emerging pieces of evidence. Other LCs dropped were shown in this slide. Here are the examples of the learning competencies dropped in Earth and Life Science. Reflected here are the LCs dropped due to the following reasons: that it was captured in grade 5. These are the LCs dropped for the Earth and Life Science for the following reasons. Reflected in the slide are the LCs dropped for Earth and Life Science due to the reason that it was covered in grade 10. A sample of LC dropped for Earth and Life Science because it was captured in junior high school. Another LC dropped due to the reason that it was captured in grades 5 to 7. For senior high school, General Biology 1 and 2. Biology 1. This subject designed to enhance the understanding of the principles and concepts in the study of biology, particularly life processes at the cellular and molecular levels. It also covers the transformation of energy in organisms. Biology 2. This subject is designed to enhance the understanding of the principles and concepts in the study of biology, particularly heredity and variation, and the diversity of living organisms, their structure, function, and evolution. For Biology 1, 6 LCs were dropped. An example of this: discuss crossing over and recombination in meiosis. Melks describe the stages of mitosis and meiosis given the 2n equals 6. For the reason, it is subsumed in STEM Bio 1112 with this code. Here are the other LCs dropped for biology. For biology 2, there are 4 LCs were dropped due to it is covered in grade 8, in grade 9, and in grade 10. As well as there are 2 LCs were merged into one MELCS. And that is, explain how some organisms maintain steady internal conditions, such as temperature regulation, osmotic balance, and glucose levels that possess various structures and processes. For grade 3 level standards, domain matter. They can classify these things as solid, liquid, or gas. Learners can describe changes in the conditions of their surroundings. This would lead learners to become more curious about their surroundings, appreciate nature, and practice health and safety measures. For grade 3, 2 LCs were dropped, 1 retained in MELCS, for the reason that the LC had already been introduced partly in earlier grades, and students to classify objects based on observable characteristics similar to the retained LC. This can form part of an activity to reinforce the LC. In this slide, grade 4 level standard domain matter is reflected. For science grade 4, 2 LCs were dropped for the reason that it is subsumed in grade 6 health. In this slide, shows the grade level standards for grade 5 matter. For science grade 5, only 1 LC was dropped. It is because it is subsumed in the LC, design a product out of local recyclable solid and or liquid materials in making useful products. This slide reflects the grade 6 level standards for matter. For science grade 6, two LCs were retained, two rephrased to MELCs, and one LC dropped. For the reason that revised to require the learner to describe the various separation techniques, which requires a higher level cognitive demand than just recognizing them. The LC was dropped. This can be learned along with the second LC, as learners are directed to describe various separation techniques. Grade 7 level standards matter. At the end of grade 7, learners can distinguish mixtures from substances through semi-guided investigation. They realize the importance of fair testing when conducting investigations. For grade level 7, all LCs were retained. For grade 8 matter, learners can explain the behavior of matter in terms of the particles it is made of. They recognize that ingredients in food and medical products are made up of these particles and absorbed by the body in the form of ions. One LC was deleted, two retained in science grade 8 for the reason that LC can be merged with the succeeding LC as students are directed to make use of the periodic table to determine the properties of elements.
Grade 9 level standards matter. Learners can explain how new materials are formed when atoms are rearranged. They recognize that a wide variety of useful compounds may arise from such rearrangement.
Science grade 9. One LC was dropped, two LCs were merged, and all the reason were reflected in the last column of this slide. For grade level 10 standards matter. Learners can explain the importance of controlling the conditions under which a chemical reaction occurs. They recognize that cells and tissues of the human body are made up of water, a few kinds of ions, and biomolecules. These biomolecules may also be found in the food they eat. For grade 10, one LC was rephrased. Here in this slide reflects the melts and the reason of rephrasing. For senior high school general chemistry 1 and 2, composition, structure, and properties of matter, quantitative principles, kinetics, and energetics of transformations of matter, and fundamental concepts of organic chemistry. For general chemistry 1, 5 LCs were dropped and 2 LCs rephrased. The following reasons are all reflected in these slides.
Here is the list of the competency dropped and rephrased in General Chemistry 1.
In general chemistry 2, 3 LCs were dropped and 2 LCs rephrased. All the reasons are reflected in this slide.
This slide shows the rephrase and drop competencies, and all reasons are reflected in the last column of this slide.
Core subject description, physical science. Evolution of our understanding of matter, motion, electricity, magnetism, light, and the universe from ancient times to the present. Applications of physics and chemistry concepts in contexts such as atmospheric phenomena, cosmology, astronomy, vision, medical instrumentation, space technology, drugs, sources of energy, pollution, recycling, fitness and health, and cosmetics. For physical science, 6 learning competencies were dropped for the reason that the basic concepts are already taught in junior high school.
This slide shows the drop competencies, and the reasons are all reflected in the last column of this slide.
Senior high school earth science. This learning area is designed to provide a general background for the understanding of the earth on a planetary scale. It presents the history of the earth through geologic time. It discusses the earth's structure and composition, the processes that occur beneath and on the earth's surface, as well as issues, concerns, and problems pertaining to earth's resources. For Earth and Space, 3 LCs were dropped for the reasons that the same concept is already introduced in Araling Panlipunan, and the topic had been discussed extensively in Science Grade 8 and 10 in the junior high school, respectively. Junior High School DRRR. This course focuses on the application of scientific knowledge and the solution of practical problems in a physical environment. It is designed to bridge the gap between theoretical science and daily living. For the senior high school specialization Earth Science, 3 LCs were dropped. For the reason, the concept is subsumed in the discussion of exposure to hazards and been introduced in Science Grade 6 and subsumed in the prior LC where discusses various volcano-related hazards. For General Physics 1 and 2, Physics 1, Mechanics of Particles, Rigid Bodies and Fluids, Waves, and Heat and Trigonometry, Graphical Analysis, and Basic Calculus. For Physics 2, Electricity and Magnetism, Optics, the Basics of Special Relativity, Atomic and Nuclear Phenomena, using the methods and concepts of algebra, geometry, trigonometry, graphical analysis, and basic calculus.
This slide shows the drop competencies for General Physics 1, and all the reasons are reflected in the last column of this slide.
For General Physics 2, 6 LCs were dropped for the reason that this topic is subsumed in the prior LC, where discusses electrostatic charging. Ohm's law is already introduced in grade 6, and there is no sufficient laboratory equipment provided yet to schools to carry out the activity. Now let us look on how to use the MELCs. But we must remember that MELCs are the same LCs, but only trimmed down. We have 3 things to consider. First, MELCs must be unpacked because they are broad statements. Second, MELCs must be aligned to the content standards and performance standards of the science curriculum. And lastly, time allocation for targeting of the MELCs must be flexible. Here, let us look at the grade 8 first quarter using MELCs. Time allocation, week 2 to 3. For the content standard, the learners demonstrate understanding of work using constant force, power, gravitational potential energy, kinetic energy, and elastic potential energy. We will consider the performance standard. The learner should be able to develop a written plan and implement a Newton's Olympics. And for the MELCs, identify and explain the factors that affect potential and kinetic energy. Here is the grade 8 First quarter sample and packed melt to learning objectives. A. Define and differentiate potential and kinetic energy. B. Identify the factors that affect potential energy. C. Determine the mathematical variation between potential energy and mass and height from the ground. D. Compare the values of potential energy of varying masses at the same elevation from the ground. Letter E. Identify the factors that affect kinetic energy. F. Determine the mathematical variation between kinetic energy and mass and velocity. G. Create and explain a concept map involving the terms kinetic energy, potential energy, mass, velocity, and elevation. And last, demonstrate and explain the law of conservation of energy using a pendulum. As reflected in this slide, the sample and pack melts to learning objectives directly responds to the content standard of the science curriculum and performance standard. As reflected in the yellow box, response to the content standard demonstrate understanding of potential energy, kinetic energy, and that is explicitly reflected in learning objectives letter A to letter G. And the second one, allowing students to manipulate a pendulum would help the students prepare for the performance standard plan for Newton's Olympic, and it is reflected in objective letter H.
Part, I would like to summarize some key points in this orientation of the most important learning competencies. First, the key stage and grade level standards are retained. Second, the most essential learning competencies are not departures of the K-12 basic education science curriculum. Third, it retains the same vision of developing scientific, technological, and environmental literacy. Last, the learning competencies were trimmed down to the most essential competencies. In the end, according to Hans A. Bethe, we need science education to produce scientists, but we need it equally to create literacy in the public. Thank you so much, and I hope we have a clear understanding of the importance of the most essential learning competencies in this new normal. I also hope that we can make the best out of our learners during these trying times. Good luck and God bless us all. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
There you have it, Dr. Maria Liza I. Berandoy, the CLM Education Program Supervisors in Science of DepEd Region 11. So, but before we proceed to our next speaker, let's have first a greetings coming from Ma'am Maricel Daling. Good afternoon, everyone watching from Misulong Integrated School. Another from Ma'am Renjel Ligaspi Guliban. Good afternoon, everyone still watching from Butay Integrated School. And from Ma'am Jonavel, good afternoon po from Banaog Elementary School. Mabuhay po kayo TWG, basta Talaingod, Kawod. And for Ma'am Eileen Manggarin, good afternoon po, still watching from Misulong Integrated School. And from Ma'am Marilyn Lianto, good afternoon everyone, still watching from Kabadsangan Integrated School. From Ma'am Alona Panonce Flores, good afternoon, still watching from Palmahil Integrated School, Talaingod. And from Ma'am Teresa Sinyagan of Nibundak na jud ang ulan. Yes, ma'am. Same here, ma'am. Kusog kayong ulan. Dili na mudungog ang voice due to the raindrops that keeps falling. Sana all ay ma-fallen. And From Sir Rexo Dapugan, good afternoon po. Shout out to all teachers sa Nasilaban Integrated School nga mga gwapag-gwapo. Ilabi na sa among abtik na og madasigon nga school head Sir Jun Marla Ab. Arigato gozaimashita. And from Ma'am Girly Tamayo, maayong hapon sa tanan ug sa akong tanang mga kaubanan nako sa buhat gikan sa Misulong Integrated School kauban sa ang abtik ug gwapo nga principal Sir Bren Chrisman Euclid. So moving on to our next speaker, the CLMD Education Program Supervisor of Araling Panlipunan of DepEd Region 11. Let us all welcome on screen Dr. Danilo R. Duhino.
Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Sa aming direktor, si Dr. Evelyn R. Petalbero, CESO 4, gayon din sa aming Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, CESO 5. Sa aming hepe, si Dr. Janet J. Veloso para sa Curriculum and Learning Management Division. Gayon din sa Bureau of Curriculum Development, kay Dr. Rosalie Masilang, salamat sa kopya tungkol sa pinakamahalagang pamantayan sa pagkatuto. Gayon din sa kanyang mga specialist. Higit sa lahat, magandang araw sa mga kasamahan ko sa Araling Panlipunan. Gayon din sa ating mga guro sa Rehiyon 11. Ang tatalakayin natin sa araw na ito ay kung paano binuo ang pinakamahalagang pamantayan sa pagkatuto sa Araling Panlipunan o mas kilala sa acronym na MELC o MELC. Tingnan natin ang naging kasaysayan sa pagkabuo ng MELC sa Araling Panlipunan. Una, nagkaroon ng curriculum review. Ang ating mga dalubhasa ay tiningnang maigi ang curriculum mula sa elementarya hanggang sa sekundarya. Pinag-aralan ang curriculum guide, gayon din ang curriculum standard, kung saan napapaloob ang learning competencies. Mula sa learning competencies, nabuo ang essential learning competencies. At mula naman sa essential learning competencies, nabuo ang most essential learning competencies. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga basihan sa pagkabuo ng most essential learning competencies? Una, kinakailangan na ang learning competency na ito ay panghabang buhay. Kinakailangan din na ito ay buo, malinaw, at may malawak na kaalaman. Higit sa lahat, ito ay naaayon sa pamantayang pangnilalaman at pamantayan sa pagganap. Bakit nabuo ang MELCs o yung tinatawag nating pinakamahalagang pamantayan sa pagkatuto? Una, upang matulungan ang mga guro na matukoy ang mahahalagang pamantayang pampagkatuto upang sa gayon ay mabigyan ito ng prioridad. Pangalawa, maging batayan sa kanilang mga desisyong instruksyonal at hindi upang palitan ang kasalukuyang curriculum guide. Tingnan natin ang kabuang bilang ng pamantayang pampagkatuto sa Araling Panlipunan mula grado 1 hanggang 10. Sa kasalukuyan, mayroon tayong tinatawag na 253 na most essential learning competencies. Ang most essential learning competencies ay mula sa 336 na tinatawag nating essential learning competencies. Ito naman ay galing sa 507 na mga learning competencies mula sa ginagamit natin na curriculum guide. Mula sa 507 patungong essential learning competencies na 336, mayroong 171 na learning competencies na nawala o di kaya'y isinama sa ibang learning competencies o binago. Mula naman sa 336, nagkaroon na lamang tayo ngayon ng 253, na saan ang 83 na essential learning competencies. Ito ay posibleng inalis din o di kaya isinama sa kapwa essential learning competencies. Tingnan naman natin ang isa pang datos kung saan ipinakita ang pagbabago ng mga learning competencies patungong most essential learning competencies sa bawat taon. Halimbawa, sa unang taon o sa unang grado, noon mayroong 63 na mga learning competencies mula sa curriculum guide. Ngunit binawasan ito o di kaya tinanggal o pinag-isa para mabuo ang tinatawag nating essential learning competencies. Mula sa 63, naging 31 na lamang ito. Pero naging 29 pa nang mabuo natin ang most essential learning competencies. Sa makatuwid, may 2 essential learning competencies na pinag-isa at tinanggal. Ito naman ay isa ring datos na nagpapakita sa porsyento ng mga learning competencies at essential learning competencies na nabago, naisama at natanggal. Halimbawa, sa baitang 1, ang current learning competencies natin ay 63 at ang essential learning competencies natin ay 31. Sa kasalukuyan, mayroon tayong 29, pero tinatawag natin itong most essential learning competencies. Sa makatuwid, mula sa learning competencies patungong essential learning competencies, mayroon tayong 50.79% na mga learning competencies na nawala o napasama. Gayon din sa essential learning competencies patungong most essential learning competencies na kung saan mayroon tayong 3.18% na mga competencies na nawala o napasama. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga pananda upang pag-isahin natin, tanggalin, o di kaya maiba ang anyo ng ating mga learning competencies? Pag sinasabi nating retained, itinuturing na essential ang learning competency. Kaya hindi nirebisa o nananatili sa dati nitong anyo o artikulasyon tulad ng makikita natin sa K-12 curriculum guide. Pag sinasabi naman nating merge, ang mga learning competencies na ito ay magkakaugnay, magkakahilintulad o bahagi ng isang paksa na pinag-isa na lamang sa pamamagitan ng pagbuo ng panibagong learning competency. Kung i-rephrase naman natin, ito ay sumailalim sa pagpapalit ng learning verb o di kaya ng salita o grupo ng mga salita upang gawing tiyak, malinaw at komprehensibo ang naturang competency. Kapag ito ay subsum, magkakaugnay, magkakahalintulad o bahagi ng isang paksa na ipinagpapalagay na nakapaluloob sa nag-iisang independent na competency. Kung ito naman ay tinanggal, ang ibig sabihin nito, hindi isinama sa ibang uri ng competency dahil ito ay hindi esensyal at ang pagtatanggal dito ay halos walang epekto sa pagkakamit ng pamantayang pangnilalaman at pagganap. Upang mas lalo nating maintindihan kung bakit pinag-isa ang magkakaparihong mga learning competencies at mabuo ang most essential learning competencies, gayon din ang ugnayan ng most essential learning competencies sa tinatawag nating pamantayan sa pagkatuto, pamantayan sa nilalaman o di kaya sa pagganap. Tingnan natin ang ilan sa mga halimbawa mula sa elementarya. Makikita natin sa unang markahan para sa grado 1. Ang content standard o ang pamantayang pangnilalaman ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kahalagaan ng pagkikilala o pagkilala sa sarili bilang Pilipino gamit ang konsepto ng pagpapatuloy at pagbabago. Sa makatuwid, sa ilalim ng pamantayang pangnilalaman nito, ang mga mag-aaral ay kinakailangang mapahalagahan niya ang kanyang sarili pagkatapos ng unang markahan. Sa ilalim naman ng pamantayan sa pagganap, ang mag-aaral ay may buong pagmamalaking nakapagsasalaysay ng kwento tungkol sa sariling katangian at pagkakakilanlan bilang Pilipino sa malikhaing pamamaraan. Sa pamantayan sa pagganap, kinakailangan na ang mga mag-aaral ay maibahagi nila sa iba ang kanilang katangian bilang mga Pilipino sa iba't ibang pamaraan. Mula sa content standard at performance standard, ang Learning Competency 7 ay isinama na sa Learning Competency 6. Bakit? Dahil halos magkakapareho lamang ito. Ang Learning Competency 7 at Learning Competency 6 ay tumutukoy sa pagkatao ng isang mag-aaral, na kung saan siyang binibigyang diin natin sa pamantayang pangnilalaman at pamantayan sa pagganap. Para sa ikalawang taon, sa ikalawang markahan, alam natin na ang ating tinatawag na pamantayang pangnilalaman ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa sa kwento ng pinagmulan ng sariling komunidad batay sa konsepto ng pagbabago at pagpapatuloy at pagpapahalaga sa kulturang nabuo ng komunidad. Ang tinatawag naman nating pamantayan sa pagganap ay nauunawaan ang pinagmulan at kasaysayan ng komunidad. Gayon din, nabibigyang halaga ang mga bagay na nagbago at nananatili sa pamumuhay sa komunidad. Sa ilalim nito, kinakailangang mapahalagahan ng mga mag-aaral ang mga bagay sa kanilang komunidad. Kung kaya't, pinag-isa ang tatlong learning competencies. Ano-ano ang mga ito? Ang Learning Competency 4 at Learning Competency 3 ay pinag-isa sa Learning Competency 2. Bakit? Dahil halos magkakapareho itong tumutukoy sa pinagmulan ng komunidad. Dumako naman tayo sa ikatlong grado. Halimbawa, sa ikatlong markahan. Ang ating pamantayang pangnilalaman ay naipamamalas ang pag-unawa at pagpapahalaga sa pagkakakilanlang kultural ng kinabibilangang rehiyon. Ang ating pamantayan sa pagganap ay nakapagpapahayag ng may pagmamalaki at pagkikilala sa nabubuong kultura ng mga lalawigan sa kinabibilangang rehiyon. Sa makatuwid, sa ilalim nito, ang mga mag-aaral sa ikatlong grado ay dapat maunawaan nila at maipakita sa iba ang mga nakagisnang kultura nila, mga kultura na nakuha at namana nila mula sa kanilang rehiyon, ang rehiyon ng Davao. Dahil dito, ang 5 competencies ay naging isa. Itong nailalarawan ang pagkakakilanlang kultura ng sariling lalawigan, na isa-isa ang mga pangkat ng mga tao sa sariling lalawigan at rehiyon, nakapagbibigay ng mga halimbawang salita mula sa mga wika at dialekto sa sariling lalawigan at rehiyon, gayon din ang nailalarawan ang mga kaugalian, paniniwala at tradisyon ng sariling lalawigan at ng rehiyon ay may pari-parihong tinutumbok. Kung kaya't, maaari na itong gawing isahan at ito ay ang nailalarawan ang pagkakakilanlang kultural ng kinabibilangang rehiyon. Dumako naman tayo sa ika-4 na grado. Halimbawa, sa unang markahan, alam natin na ang pamantayang pangnilalaman ay naipamamalas ng ating mga mag-aaral ang konsepto ng bansa. Gayon din ang pag-unawa sa pagkakakilanlan ng mga bansa ayon sa mga katangiang geographical gamit ang mapa. Ang pamantayan sa pagganap naman ay naipaliliwanag ng mga mag-aaral na ang Pilipinas ay isang bansa. Gayon din ang kasanayan sa paggamit ng mapa sa pagtukoy ng iba't ibang lalawigan at rehiyon. Dahil dito, kinakailangang manatili ang ating unang learning competency na mula pa sa curriculum guide dahil natumbok na niya ang ating pamantayang pangnilalaman, gayon din ang ating pamantayan sa pagganap. At ang competency na natutukoy sa mapa ang kinalalagyan ng bansa sa rehiyong Asya at gayon din sa mundo ay hindi na kinakailangan dahil maaaring makamit na ang kasanayang gusto nating makamtan ng ating mga mag-aaral sa unang competency. Dumako naman tayo sa grade 5. Halimbawa, sa unang markahan, ang pamantayang pangnilalaman, gayon din ang pamantayan sa pagganap ay maaari nang matumbok ng ating learning competency na natatalakay ang paglaganap ng relihiyong Islam sa ibang bahagi ng bansa. Dapat tandaan natin na ang learning competency na nailalarawan ang lokasyon ng Pilipinas sa mapa ay hindi na masyadong mahalaga dahil maaaring makamtan pa rin natin ang pamantayang pangnilalaman, gayon din ang pamantayan sa pagganap sa iba pang mga dating competency. Sa grade 6, ganun din. Alam natin na ito lamang ang dapat mabuo sa ating mga mag-aaral, ang pag-unawa at kaalaman sa Pilipinas. Sa ilalim ng pamantayan sa pagganap, kinakailangan lamang na mapapahalagan ng ating mga mag-aaral ang kontribusyon ng ating bansa sa daigdig o di kaya sa ating mundo. Kung kaya't natumbok na ng Learning Competency number 4 at ito ay natatalakay ang partisipasyon ng mga kababaihan sa Rebolusyong Pilipino. Kaya maaari nang tanggalin ang dati nating learning competency na nasa bilang una. Dumako naman tayo sa sekundarya. Sa sekundarya, mayroon itong 81 na mga learning competency mula sa curriculum guide. Para sa grade 8, mayroon itong 43 na mga learning competencies. Sa grade 9, mayroon itong 82 na mga learning competencies. Gayon din sa grade 10 na umabot sa 42. Ngunit dahil sa ating hinaharap ngayon sa COVID-19, nabawasan o di kaya pinagsanib ang halos magkakaparihong learning competencies. Kung kaya't ang naging resulta ay umabot lamang sa 43 mula 81. Sa grade 8, mayroon na lamang tayong 31 mula 43. Sa grade 9, mayroon na lamang tayong 62 mula 82 at 31 mula 42. Ngunit nagkaroon muli ng panibagong learning competency na tinatawag nating most essential learning competency. Kung kaya't nabawasan muli ang ating mga essential learning competencies. Sa kasalukuyan, ang baitang 7 ay mayroon na lamang 30 learning competencies na tinatawag natin ngayong most essential learning competencies. Sa grade 8, mayroon na lamang tayong 24 na learning competencies na tinatawag nating most essential learning competencies. Gayon din sa grade 9 na umabot na lamang sa 26 at grade 10 na umabot na lamang sa 17. Tingnan natin ang ilan sa mga halimbawa ng mga learning competencies na pinagsanib, pinag-isa, tinanggal, or nananatili ayon sa mga nabanggit kong batayan. Sa grade 7, ang pamantayang pangnilalaman ay naipamamalas ng mag-aaral ang pag-unawa sa ugnayan ng kapaligiran, tinaunang kabiasnang Asyano. Sa makatuwid, sa ilalim ng grade 7, dapat mabuo lamang sa isipan ng ating mga mag-aaral na may kaugnayan ang tao at ang kanilang paligid sa paghubog ng sinaunang kabiasnang Asyano. Sa ilalim ng pamantayan sa pagganap, kinakailangan na napag-uugnay-ugnay ng ating mga mag-aaral ang ginampanan ng kapaligiran at tao sa paghubog ng sinaunang kabiasnang Asyano. Dahil dito, tinanggal ang learning competency na nakakagawa ng pangkalatang profile ng heograpiya ng Asya. Bakit? Dahil maaari na itong isama sa unang competency natin na naipapaliwanag ang konsepto ng Asya tungkol sa paghahating heograpiko. Ito ay tumutukoy sa ating kapaligiran. Gayon din ang Learning Competency 8 na kung saan naipapahayag ng ating mga mag-aaral ang kahalagahan ng pangangalaga sa timbang na kalagayang ekolohiko ng rehiyon. Sa learning competency na ito, may pakikialam na ang tao at isa ito sa mga humuhubog sa pagkakaroon ng kabihasnan o pagbabago. Gayon din sa grade 8 na kung saan ilan sa mga dating learning competencies ay pinag-isa. May nananatili at mayroon namang binago. Sa grade 9 ay gayon din. Mula sa content standard at performance standard, may mga pinag-isang learning competencies. Kagaya ng nakita natin sa una, pangalawa, pangatlo, at pang-apat na bilang. Dahil halos magkakapareho lamang ito, kaya maaaring mabuo ang nag-iisang learning competency. Sa grade 10, dapat lamang bibigyang diin ng ating mga mag-aaral na kinakailangan malaman nila ang kahalagahan at ang kanilang pakikilahok sa mga gawaing pansibiko tungo sa pagkakaroon ng pamayanan at bansang maunlad, mapayapa at may pagkakaisa. Dahil dito, ilan sa mga competencies natin ay pinag-isa para naman mapaikli ang bilang ng mga tatahaking competency. Mula sa sekundarya, dumako naman tayo sa senior high school, sa core specialized subjects. For grade 11, ang content standard ay kinakailangang ma-demonstrate ng ating mga mag-aaral ang kanilang understanding sa social differences, social change, at political identities. Ganon din ang significance ng culture, society, and politics. At ang rationale for studying anthropology, political science, and sociology. Para matumbok natin ito, kinakailangang i-rephrase na lamang ang ating pangalawang learning competencies. At ang unang learning competencies ay pwedeng hindi na ito gagamitin ng ating mga guro. Dahil sa pangalawang learning competency na kung saan binago lamang natin ang anyo para maging most essential learning competency, ay matutulungan na ang sumunod na mga learning competencies para maisakatuparan ang minimithi nating layunin na mabuo sa isipan ng ating mga mag-aaral. Sa grade 12 naman, binibigyang diin lamang dito ang konteksto at ang iba't ibang relihiyon na kung saan sa ilalim ng performance standard dapat ang ating mga mag-aaral ay maipakita lamang nila na naimpluwensyahan ng relihiyon ang kanilang mga gawi o kaya ang kanilang mga kultura. Kung kaya't maaari na itong makamtan sa pamamagitan ng pagsasanib sa ilan sa mga learning competency na be aware that Islam upholds 5 pillars, know about the life of Prophet Muhammad, and accept Islam practices with an eye of respect. Sa pamamagitan ng pagbabagong anyo ng ikalawang competency, matutulungan na ang ikatlong competency para mabuo ang konteksto ng iba't ibang relihiyon. Sa makatuwid, hindi na kinakailangan pang manatili ang unang learning competency. Paano gagamitin ang most essential learning competencies sa pagtuturo? Alam ko na alam ng ating mga guro na may mga most essential learning competency na hindi maituro sa ating mga mag-aaral sa loob ng 2 araw. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit gumagawa ang ating mga guro ng tinatawag nating learning objectives. O kinakailangang i-unpack ng ating mga guro ang most essential learning competency para mahimay-himay nila ang most essential learning competency. Sa pagkakaroon ng iba't ibang layunin sa kanilang pagtuturo mula sa most essential learning competencies, matuturuan natin ang ating mga guro na mapaganda nila ang kanilang pagtuturo at madaling makuha ang ninanais nilang kasanayang mabuo sa ating mga mag-aaral. Isa rin itong halimbawa na kung saan ang most essential learning competency ay hinimay-himay ng mga dalubhasa. At ito ang tinatawag nating learning objectives. Gayun din sa learning competency na nasasabi ang batayang impormasyon tungkol sa sarili, pangalan, magulang, kaarawan, edad, tirahan, paaralan, at iba pang pagkakakilanlan at mga katangian bilang mga Pilipino. Ang learning competency na ito ay malawak at hindi maaring ituro sa ating mga mag-aaral sa loob ng isang araw. Kung kaya't, para mas lalong maintindihan ng ating mga mag-aaral o makikita ng ating mga mag-aaral ang kahalagahan ng competency na ito, kinakailangan nating i-unpack o magkakaroon tayo ng mga learning objectives. Ang sumunod ay isang halimbawa ng DLL. Ipinakita dito kung paano bumuo ang isang guro ng objective o paano na-unpack ng isang guro ang most essential learning competency. Muli, ginawa ng guro ang pagkakaroon ng objective o layunin dahil ang most essential learning competency ay hindi maisasagawa sa loob lamang ng isang araw o posibleng hindi makikita ng ating mga mag-aaral ang kahalagahan ng learning competency na ito. Kinakailangan
Okay, ayan. Good afternoon po. Kumusta pa po kayo? Okay lang pa po ba kayo dyan? Baka ang iba ay natutulog na dahil malakas ang ulan. So, magpatuloy lang po tayo. Okay, so I just want to announce that the attendance link is now officially open. Again, the attendance link is now officially open. So thank you so much, Dr. Danilo Arduhinog, the Education Program Supervisor of DepEd Region 11. And now, to guide us on the ESP and SPFL most essential learning competencies of CLMD, the CLMD Education Program Supervisor of DepEd Region 11, let us welcome on screen Dr. Maria Shelo Estrada.
Okay, so we have just heard the discussion of Dr. Duhinog on the MELCs in Aral Pan. My task is to present to you the MELCs in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. And based on the session guide which was provided to us, this is the flow of this presentation. The first part is the presentation of the conceptual framework of the Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. to be followed by the walkthrough of ESP MELCs. Within this walkthrough of the ESP MELCs ay yung mga paraan ng pagpili ng MELCs, paano gamitin ang MELCs, pagtaluntun sa MELCs sa bawat key stage, and then to be followed by the third part, which is the unpacking of competencies, and the fourth part are the parts of a lesson exemplar. Okay, but before I'll proceed, let me first acknowledge the support of our Regional Director, Dr. Evelyn Arfe Calvero, our Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines Asuncion, and then our CLMD Chief, Dr. Janet Veloso, and to all men and women in DepEd Regional Office 11 who made this meaningful session possible. Good day to all of you. So here are the objectives of this 40-minute presentation. So pagkatapos ng sesyon, inaasahang ang mga kalahok ay nakapagpapaliwanag ng mga batayang konseptual ng ESP, tamang paggamit ng mga MELC sa pagkatuto, or the teaching learning tungo sa mabisang pagpapadaloy ng mga aralin sa ESP sa batayang edukasyon. Mga suggested steps in unpacking the learning competencies and mga bahagi ng lesson exemplar. And maybe the most important objective is for the participants na maibahagi ang mga natutunan sa mga kaguruan ng ESP sa kanilang mga STOs. Okay. Ano po ba yung mga inaasahang outcome? If we have those objectives, we will be expecting some meaningful outcomes after this. These are its expected outcome. The first one is the immediate outcome, which is yung mga kalahok na nakapagpapaliwanag ng malinaw ng paggamit ng mga MELC sa mga pagsasanay at LAC or the Learning Action Cell sessions tungo sa mabisang pagpapadaloy ng mga aralin sa ESP. The next outcome is the enabling outcome. Ito yung mga gurong nagtagapagpadaloy sa mga na may commitment sa pag-aplikla ng pagtuturo ng ESP sa mga MELC ayon sa konteksto at yugto ng pag-unlad ng mga mag-aaral. And then the final outcome, mga mag-aaral na nagpapamalas ng mga kaalaman, pag-unawa, kasanayan at pagpapahalaga mula sa mga MELC at mga tunguhin ng ESP asignatura. We know that everything that we are doing in DepEd will surely be redounding or with that objective of having it redound to the benefit of all our learners. So yun siya. Okay. And then as mentioned earlier, this is the flow of this presentation. The first is the conceptual framework, then walkthrough, and then the unpacking of competencies and the parts of the exemplar. And now, in the past presentation, we've known and we've seen that that are happening in this department right now is because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is anchored on the premise that we will be exhausting our human capital if we will stop educating our people, if we are going to stop our education system, all our human resource, our human capital, the human capital of this country will be exhausted. So what could be the role of the ESP during this pandemic? There had been scenarios that we've heard, even to the extent of putting aside the ESP and just focus on the other core subjects. Such could not be done because we also need to educate the hearts of our learners. We need to educate them. Ang edukasyon sa isip na hindi nagbibigay edukasyon sa puso ay hindi tunay na edukasyon. I hope you will agree with me on that. Okay? And then, ang ESP bilang asignatura is teaching our human capital on how to become human. Nagbibigay ito ng edukasyon sa pagiging ganap na tao. Ito ay tumutulong sa paglikha ng pagkasino ng tao tungo sa pagbuo ng sarili. Sa pagtatalaga lamang ng sarili sa kanyang kapwa, mabubuo ang sarili. Kaya ang pagpapakatao ay pakikipagkapwa. So here comes the target outcome ng ESP. Ito yung tunguhin ng ESP. Isang kabataang Pilipino na nagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan tungo sa kabutihang panlahat. Okay? Taglay ito ng isang mag-aaral kung mayroon siyang mga kakayahang pangkaalaman, pandamdamin at pangkaasalan na magbibigay sa kanya ng kakayahan upang mamuhay at magtrabaho, malinang ang kanyang mga potensyal, magpasya ng mapanuri at batay sa impormasyon, makakilos ng epektibo sa lipunan at pamayanan sa konteksto ng sandaigdigan upang mapabuti ang uri ng kanyang pamumuhay at ng kanyang lipunan. These have been issued in the September 1997 Literacy Coordinating Council. So sa pagtatalaga lamang ng sarili sa kanyang kapwa, mabubuo ang sarili, kaya ang pagkatao ay pakikipagkapwa. Okay? Ibinatay ang kahulugan at ang 5 palatandaan nito sa 4 na batayan or pillars of education at sa konsepto ng UNESCO tungkol sa mga panghabambuhay na kakayahan or life skills na binuo ng International Commission ng Education para sa 21st century. Ang sumusunod ang 5 palatandaan nito. May kakayahang makipagtalastasan, nag-iisip ng mapanuri at may kakayahang lumutas ng suliranin, ginagamit ang mga likas na yaman ng mapanagutan para sa susunod na salinlahi, produktibo na paunlad ang sarili at ang pakikipagkapwa at may malawak na pananaw sa daigdig. Okay. Sa edukasyon ng pagpapakatao or sa ESP, ang palatandaan o batayang kakayahan ng functional literacy ay ang pagpapasya at kumikilos ng mapanagutan tungo sa kabutihang lahat. Ang ibig sabihin, nilalayo ng ESP na linangin at paunlarin ang pagkataong etikal ng mag-aaral. Ang ESP ay naglalayong gabayan ang mag-aaral na mahanap or matagpuan ang kabuluhan ng kanyang buhay. Ang papel niya sa lipunang Pilipino upang makibahagi siya sa pagtatayo ng pamayanang pinaiiral ang katotohanan, kalayaan, katanungan at pagmamahal. Okay? Upang maipamalas ito, kailangang taglay na ang 5 macro skills. Ano itong mga 5 macro skills? Ito yung skills ng pag-unawa, pagninilay, pagsangguni, pagpapasya at pagkilos. Lahat ng mga sinasabi ko, all of those which I've mentioned are part of this conceptual framework of the education sa pagpapakatao. Ito yung basis why we are teaching edukasyon sa pagpapakatao sa ating human capital, our learners, who are the future leaders of this country leaders of this country in the future. All right. So, lahat ng mga yun ay nakapanloob sa 4 na tema. From kinder to grades 1 to 10. So, there are 4 themes. The first one is about sarili. Pananagutan sa sarili, pagtingin, kapwa, themes of pambasang pagkakita at pakikibahagi sa pandaigdigang pagkakaisa. And theme 4 is pagkamakadiyot at diferensya sa kabutihan. From kinder to grades 1 to 6, yung theme 1 is for quarter 1, yung theme 2 is for quarter 2, yung theme 3 is for quarter 3, and yung theme 4 is for quarter 4. And these are all presented in spiral progression. Okay. The same is true with grade 7, 8, 9, and 10. Theme 1 is grade 7, theme 2 is for grade 8, and theme 3 is for grade 9, and theme 4 is for grade 10. All right. So, let's go to this table here. Talahanayan ng mga konsepto sa edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. As mentioned earlier, yung unang markahan entails about pansarili at sa pamilya. Yung ikalawang markahan, yung theme is about pakikipagkapwa, pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. And then yung ikatlong markahan is para sa kabutihan ng lahat. And then ika-4 na markahan or pangmakabansa, yung ikatlong markahan. And then ika-4 na markahan, paggawa ng mabuti ay kinalulugan ng Diyos. So for the first theme, that is for the family and self. And then For kapwa-tao, yung second, and then ikatlo, yung para sa bansa, and then para sa Diyos. All of these themes are being included in all the learning competencies in the first, second, and third quarters for each grade levels. For each grade level, rather. Okay, so let us look at this. Ito, ang tema sa unang markahan. Sa baitang 7, ako bilang nagdadalaga. This is still about self. Baitang 8, pakikipagkapwa sa katatagan ng pamilya, still with the family and self. And then for ikalawang markahan, pakikipagkapwa-tao, tungkulin sa lipunan, makataong kilos. And then for a third quarter, ang pagpapahalaga at birtud. Pagpapahalaga at birtud sa pakikipagkapwa, pagpapahalaga at birtud sa paggawa, pangunahing birtud, and so on and so forth. And then about Diyos, ang sa ikaapat na markahan. Alright. Now let's go to the paraan ng, we are now with walkthrough of MELCs in ESP. As mentioned earlier, this is composed of the paraan ng pagpili ng MELCs, and then paano gamitin ang MELCs at ang pagtaluntun sa MELCs sa bawat key stage. Now let's proceed. Ano nga ba ang konteksto ng mga MELCs for the most essential learning competencies? Ano ang context? Why is there a need for us to have this MELC? Ito ay ginagawa upang matugunan ang mga pangangailangan sa pagtuturo, pagkatuto, or the teaching learning sa panahon ng krisis o emergency dulot ng mga kalamidad or pandemya. And this is what is happening right now. Okay? So ano ang mga MELCs? Ano yun? Mga lubhang mahalagang kaalaman, pag-unawa, kasanayan, at pagpapahalaga na dapat matutuhan ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis, kalamidad, or pandemya upang maging produktibo at mapanagutang mamamayan. This is declared under the Declaration of Policy or the Section 2 of Republic Act 10533. Ano ang layunin ng mga MELCs? Ang layunin ng mga MELCs ay ituon ang pag-aaral ng ESP sa mga lubhang mahalagang kaalaman, pag-unawa, kasanayan, at pagpapahalaga ayon sa sitwasyon at yugto ng pag-unlad ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis, kalamidad, or pandemya. Paano pinipili at paano nga ba pinipili ang mga MELCs sa ESP? For example, there have been presentations from those or by those speakers ahead of me about the pagpili ng mga MELCs. How were they selected? In the case of the ESP team, ginagawa nila ay yung pag-uuri kung essential or desirable ba ang bawat learning competencies. There was deliberation among them, and there was that declaration or pagpapasya, decision making, as to whether or not the identified MELC is pasok sa criteria. Okay, let us remember yung baitang or grades 1 to 6, binabawasan ang mga bilang ng learning competencies. And then yung grades 7 to 10, binabawasan ang mga paksa. Okay? Alright. So, ang learning competencies ay essential. Paano nga ba siya? Bakit siya tinatawag na essential? Kung pumapasok siya or ina-address niya ang itong mga kriteryang ito. Okay. Standards, this is what we call as ST clips. Okay. Standards for ST, and then letter C is concepts, and then life for L, and then priority for P, and school for S. Pag ang learning competency ay sumasalamin or sinasalamin ang mga pambansang pamantayan sa pagkatuto that addresses the standards. Pag ito ay may kaugnayan sa mga mahalagang konsepto sa ibang asignatura, it addresses the concepts. Pag ito ay nailalapat sa buhay, that addresses life. Pag ito ay lubhang mahalagang pag-aralan nila, ito kung ikukumpara sa ibang LC or lubhang mahalagang pag-aralan dapat nila kung ikumpara sa ibang LC, lalo na kung titigil sila sa pag-aaral sa susunod na taon, dapat itong i-prioritize. So, sa paaralan lamang ito matutuhan kung hindi nila ito matutuhan sa mga magulang at komunidad. So, these are the criteria which will determine or which will help us decide whether or not a particular learning competency is really essential or part of the most essential competencies. And that was what they did in the central office. Kapag kulang o walang katangian ng mga ELC, hindi sila kasali. Alright. So, paunawa lang po, binawasan lamang ang bilang ng mga learning competencies sa baitang 1 to 6 or sa grades 1 to 6 at ang bilang ng mga paksa sa junior high school, ngunit hindi ang mensahe or esensya ng paksa o learning competency. Ano po ba yung mga batayan ginagamit ng mga taga-central office in charge in the identifying or in the selecting of the most essential learning competencies? According to them, ito yung mga criteria sa pagpili ng mga MELs, yung sinasabi kanina, yung ST clips. And then, yung developmental tasks ni Robert Havighurst. Then yung pamantayan sa pagkatuto, yung provided learning standards in the CG, which was issued in May 2016. And then yung struktura ng curriculum. Okay? So, ano yung mga criteria sa pagpili ng mga MELs? Ito yung REL, readiness. Readiness for the next level of learning. May taglay na prerequisite sa susunod na antas ng pagkatuto. And then yung endurance, yung pangmatagalan. Ibig sabihin, or it means to say, that if the learning competency will go beyond or will stay in the heart and mind of the student, will go beyond even after the test or even after a particular activity which this learning competency is being achieved, tumatagal sa puso at isipan ng bata. That will make sure, that will help us determine na itong learning competency na ito is or will address the endurance test. Okay? The L there is the leverage. May maximum na pakinabang. May maximum na pakinabang sa pagkatao ng bata. Kung ang LC or learning competency na ito ay may maximum na pakinabang sa pagkatao ng isang tao, dapat lang siyang isali as part of the most essential learning competency. Okay. Ano-ano yung mga pamantayan sa pagkatuto or learning standard gabay sa pang-curriculum? Pangkalahatang pamantayan or the learning standards, pamantayang pangnilalaman or the content standards, and the pamantayan sa pagganap, yung performance standards. All of these are provided in the curriculum guide issued on May 2016. We have to realize that bago natin maabot itong learning competencies, dapat kailangan alam natin yung learning standards, alam natin yung content standards, and alam natin yung essential understanding. Dapat yung teacher alam niya so that she will be able to fully understand as to how to arrange the curriculum or how to arrange the activities which she wants for her students rather to pass through or to go through in order for them to be guided as to what learning competency shall they achieve in that particular activities. Okay? So, sa baitang 1 to 6, ito yung estruktura ng curriculum. In grades or levels 1 to 6, grades 1 to 6, ang mga learning competencies na may nakapaloob na batayang konsepto kahit hindi direktang binanggit ito. Just like here, for example, in grade 1, in the first quarter of grade 1, may learning competency na nasasabi na nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. In grade 3, there is this learning competency sa ikatlong markahan na kapag papahayag na isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ng Pilipino ang pagsunod sa alituntunin ng pamayanan. Okay? Sa junior high school naman, ang 4 na uri ng mga kasanayan sa pampagkatuto o learning competency sa bawat paksa batay sa 6 na kasanayan sa cognitive process dimensions. This is under DepEd Order number 8 series of 2015. Policy guidelines, or this is entitled Policy Guidelines on Classroom Assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. So andoon yung 6 cognitive process dimensions. Mga uri ng kasanayang nililinang sa bawat isa sa 4 na learning competencies at ang mga tanong na sinasagot ng bawat learning competency. So, for grade 7 to 10, ito yung mga learning competencies. Learning competency number 1, LC2, LC3, and LC4. Anong nandoon sa LC1? Knowledge. Ano yung guide question? Anong kaalaman ang kailangan upang maipamalas ang mag-aaral ang pag-unawa? For LC2, it entails comprehension, analysis, and evaluation. So ano yung guide question? Anong kasanayan ang dapat maipamalas tungo sa pag-unawa? For LC3, comprehension and synthesis, ito yung guide question. Ano ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat maunawaan ng mag-aaral? At for LC4, application. Ano ang dapat maipamalas ng mag-aaral bilang patunay ng pag-unawa? So, ito na yung ipamamalas na ng bata kung ano ba yung dapat na ebidensya to prove that he really understood something from the lesson. Okay. Mga katangian ng batayang konsepto o essential understanding na nasa ikatlong LC. Now, let's go back to the ikatlong LC, comprehension and synthesis. Alright? So, it must have endurance or pangmatagalan o panghabang buhay. Kailangan ng mag-aaral ang LC na ito kahit tapos na siya sa pag-aaral. Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina, that if the learning competency will remain in the heart and in the mind of the student even beyond a particular level or a particular grade level, a particular activity or particular quiz or test. Dapat yan siya ay i-declare na it passed through the endurance test. Mailalapat niya ito sa mga konkretong sitwasyon ng buhay at sa anumang profesyon o curriculum exit na pipiliin niya. Hindi ito maaring maanod sa pagbabago ng panahon. The second one is a discipline-based, batay sa mga disiplina ng ESP. Nakaangkla ang batayang konsepto sa dalawang disiplina ng ESP. Ano nga ba yung dalawang disiplina ng ESP? Etika at career guidance. Ang expert system of knowledge na ipinahahayag nito ay nangangailangan ng matibay na batayan mula sa malalim na pag-aaral o pagsasaliksik. And the third is the needs and coverage. May napakaloob na mga konsepto. Ang malalaking mensahe ng batayang konsepto or the key concept ay maaari pang mahimay sa maliliit na konsepto. And this is where the unpacking will come in. Okay? We just need to understand ano yung key concept. Ano yung dapat pang matutunan beyond what we see in the facade of a particular learning competency. Meron yan sa ilalim, meron yan. So, good teachers really do unpack because only teachers who understand well the learning competency will be able to fully understand kung ano yung mahimay-himay niya or maliliit na konsepto na dapat maintindihan ng mga estudyante. And then the next one is the potentially engaging. Lubhang mahalaga ang mensaheng batayang konsepto sa buhay na mag-aaral. Kaya nagpupukaw nito ang kanyang interes, atensyon, at pakikilahok. Okay. Now let's go to the paano gamitin ang MELS. Okay. Paano nga ba gamitin ang MELS ng ESP? Number 1, pag-aralan ang bawat most essential learning competency ayon sa pamantayang pangnilalaman or the content standards at ayon sa pamantayan sa pagganap or the performance standards ng bawat quarter o paksa. Number 2, isaalang-alang sa bawat MELC ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat tandaan ng mag-aaral. Hindi lamang ang gawain o pagpapahalagang nakasaad dito. Ito ang batayang konsepto. So, meron tayong guide questions dito. Ano ang pinakamahalagang mensahe na dapat maunawaan ng mag-aaral? Ano ang kahalagahan ng paggawa ng gawain o pagsasabuhay sa pagpapahalagang nakapaloob sa learning competencies? So we should be guided by these questions so that we will be able to understand kung anong mensahe ang nandoon sa learning competency na yon. Ano yung batayang konsepto, the key concept. Okay? So for grades 1 to 6, mahalaga ang paghihinuha o pagtukoy mismo ng mga guro ng batayang konsepto na ipinahihiwatig ng isang LC or learning competencies or group of competencies kahit hindi direktang binanggit ito. Just like for example, in level 1 or grade 1, unang markahan, the learning competency is this one. Nasasabi na nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. The key concept for that, or of that particular learning competency is this one. Nakatutulong sa paglinang ng sariling kakayahan ang wastong pangangalaga sa sarili. Diba? So for grade 3, for example, in the third quarter, nakapagpapahayag na isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ng Pilipino ang pagsunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. That's a learning competency. So what is the concept or the key concept of this particular learning competency? Isang tanda ng mabuting pag-uugali ng Pilipino ang pagsunod sa tuntunin ng pamayanan. Okay. For grades 7 to 10, makikita ang batayang konsepto sa ikatlong learning competency sa bawat paksa. Mahalagang gabayan ng guro ang mga mag-aaral na mahinuha ang basic, ang key concept, batayang konsepto, mula sa babasahin tungkol sa paksa. So for example, sa baitang at markahan, grade 7, ikalawang markahan, second quarter, na ipaliliwanag na ang isip at kilos loob ng ang nagpapabukod tangi sa tao, kaya ang kaniyang mga pagpapasya ay dapat patungo sa katotohanan at kabutihan. Ang batayang konsepto or the key concept of this particular learning competency is this: ang isip at kilos or ang isip at kilos loob ang nagpapabukod tangi sa tao, kaya ang kaniyang mga pagpapasya ay dapat patungo sa katotohanan at kabutihan. Okay. Now here comes the third way or paano gamitin ang MELC ng ESP. The third one is bigyang prioridad, give priority sa pagtuturo at pagpili ng learning resources at paglinang ng batayang konsepto na nasa ikatlong competency ng paksa at ang ebidensya ng pagkaunawa nito. Ang performance task na nasa ika-4 na learning competency, yung diniscuss natin kanina, yung 4 competencies sa secondary. Number 4, gamitin ang mga module o learning resources na nabanggit sa teacher's resources ayon sa tatlong hakbang sa itaas. Okay. So pag meron ka ng learning resources, you need to use it using the 1, 2, 3 steps na nabanggit a while ago. Okay. For grades 7 to 10, maaring gamitin ang mga gawain sa learner's module bilang pagtatasa or assessment ng pagkatuto. For example, sa baitang 7, unang markahan, ikatlong learning competency, paksang talento at kakayahan. So here's the learning competency and here's the gawain. Alright. So important reminder lang po, nagsisilbing minimum essentials lamang ang MELC sa panahon ng pandemya. Hindi dapat isakripisyo ang kalidad or lawak or breadth, lalim, ang depth ng mga dapat matutuhan ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis o pandemya. Now, we are now here with the pagtalunton sa MELC sa bawat key stage. Alright. During the deliberation ng ESP team sa central office, ang nangyayari po doon, merong mga learning competencies na na-enhanced or binago, merong niribisa upang pagbutihin ang pagkakalahad, merong mini-merged or pinagsama. For example, 2 LC na pinagsama dahil nasasalamin or na ipahahayag ng ikalawa ang diwa ng una. And then merong dinadrop, isinasantabi, LC na hindi sinama sa mga MELC dahil hindi naman ito prerequisite sa mga nauna o sumunod na LC o naulit lamang ito sa katulad na LC. So, in summary, there are 3 things that happened to the previous LCs in the curriculum guide of May 2016. Merong na-enhance, merong na-merged, merong na-drop. Okay? So here is now the chart. Chart ba ito? Or tape, ang tawag nito? Graph, rather. Okay. Comparison between the MELC and the learning competency na nasa curriculum guide, May 2016, yung curriculum guide in May 2016. The red ones are the number of MELCs na gagamitin natin for 2020-2021. So remember, ang MELCs ay gamitin lang during this pandemic. And most probably, we will be using it within the school year 2020-2021. That was emphasized in the briefer ng MELCs. Okay? Yung learning competencies na nasa CG or the curriculum guide of May 2016 are being represented by the yellow ones. Okay? So as you can see, for grade 1, there were 21, but in the MELC now, there are just 17. In grade 2, there were 24, and then sa MELCs ngayon, meron na lang 23. For grade 3, there were 17, ngayon 17 na lang. 22 sa grade 3, and then 17 na lang ngayon. And notice that in number 4, hindi nawawalan or hindi naman nadadagdagan. 13. For grade 5, 31 down to 17. 27 rather. For grade 6, 13 down to 12. Then for grade 7, 64 to 44. For grade 8, 64 to 52. And then for grade 9, 64 to 51. And then for 64, from 64, for grade 10, nagiging 56. So notice na maraming nawawala sa 7, 8, 9, and 10. As mentioned earlier, binabawasan yung paksa. Binabawasan yung paksa sa secondary for grade 7, 9, and 10. Alright. So ito yung detalye. Bilang ng binago, pinagsama, isinantabi ng mga MELs. This will be provided naman to the trainers who will be doing this in the SDO level. So for example, in Baitang 1, in level 1, in grade 1, there were 21 in the May 2016 curriculum guide. Walang binago, walang pinagsama, pero may isinantabi. So there are only 17 number of MELs, total number of MELs for the school year 2020-2021. And the percentage compared to the previous CG, 81% of MELs are being carried over from the CG of May 2016. So another example, for grade 3, there were 22, walang binago, walang pinagsama, pero may isinantabi, naging 17 na lang. Alright. For grade 2, there were 23, may binago. Curriculum, learning competency 9, 10, and 11, binago siya, ni-revise lang siya, pero walang pinagsama, walang isinantabi. So it makes 23 MELs for grade 2. Alright. For grade 7, walang binago, walang pinagsama, pero maraming sinantabi. For grade 8, walang binago, walang pinagsama, pero maraming isinantabi. For 2016, alright, wait for a while. Mahalagang paunawa, sa paggamit ng MELCs ay nakaayon sa napapanahong krisis o pandemya. Ang mga MELC ay magsisilbing minimum essentials, ngunit hindi dapat isakripisyo ang kalidad. This has been mentioned earlier, the lawak and the lalim ng mga dapat matutuhan ng mga mag-aaral sa panahon ng krisis o pandemya. Kaya inaasahan pa rin ang pagpupusa, dedikasyon at commitment ng mga guro, gabay ng mga tagamasid at pagpapatupad ng mga MELC na ito. So here's another example for grade 1. Pamantayan sa pagkatuto, anong ginawa ng mga members of the deliberating team doon sa central office? For example, tungkulin sa aking sarili at pamilya. Ito yung learning standards. And then for the first quarter, merong learning competency na nakikilala ang sariling gusto, interest. Look at this, pinanatili ito. Ang dahilan is tumutugon sa mga criteria ng endurance. And when you say endurance, na-mention na yan kanina, yung mga learning competencies that remains in the heart and mind of the learner, even beyond a particular test or a particular quiz or particular activity. Okay? Now let's go to the unpacking of competencies. Much have been said about the unpacking of competencies. I am so sure that a lot of my co-supervisors in the CLMD have mentioned already about unpacking of competencies. So I found it proper that I am just going to present to you a particular content of an article that I have read last night about why we should consider unpacking the competencies. So here are those answers, or here are the answers of that particular question. Number 1, teachers who do the work to unpack standards or learning competencies are the ones who understand them. Meaning to say, yung mga teachers na gumagawa ng unpacking, medyo sila yung mas lalong nakakaintindi doon sa particular learning competencies na yun. Understanding all of the standards learning competencies helps teachers wisely choose the essential or power standards. Identification of the depth of knowledge required of the standards leads to more thoughtful lesson design. Laser-like focus, take note, laser-like focus on the standards and team-created common formative assessments go hand in hand. And then the unpacking process keeps the focus on all students learning at high levels. Why? Because uh, parang the competencies are given in a staggered basis or inuunti-unti, hinahati-hati, hindi siya in bulk. So if the teacher has the capacity of unpacking, let the teacher do the unpacking or let her unpack because that will benefit or that will redound to the benefit of the learners. These are the suggested steps in unpacking learning targets or learning competencies. Suggested lang po. Number 1, read the standards as a team. So work with your co-teachers. And then circle the verbs, underline the nouns and noun phrases, determine the number of targets found within the standards, write as separate learning targets, remember to keep the core language intact at all times, do not omit any part of the standard, determine the depth of knowledge required of the standard, pull the academic vocabulary from the standard, unpack all of the standards before digging into how the standards will be taught and assessed. That's good. Read all of the unpacked standards to determine the standards you will prioritize. So I hope this will help us in the process of unpacking our learning targets or learning competencies. Okay? Now let's go to pagtatalon-ton sa bawat parts of a lesson exemplar. All right. So in the previous activity of the CLMD last week, we had our orientation in the development of learning resources or on the development of learning resources that was given by Dr. Almasan. And these are the parts of the lesson exemplar which was also part of the discussion which was made by Dr. Almasan. So for the benefit of those who were not there in that particular orientation, may I now present the parts of a lesson exemplar. As you can see, the lesson exemplar is just like a detailed lesson plan. Meron siyang pamantayang pangnilalaman, meron siyang pamantayang pagganap, meron siyang kasanayang pampagkatuto or the learning competencies, meron siyang pangunahing konsepto or key concept. So it should be written in the template, all this information about these standards. And then layuning pagkatuto, mayroon siyang objectives, meron siyang nilalaman. Under this nilalaman are the references and the resources. Okay? Pamamaraan ng pampagkatuto. Under it are the panimulang gawain or pagsasanay, balik-aral, pagganiak. And then mga gawaing pagpapaunlad, huwarang paggawa or the gawin ko part. And then pinamatnubayang pagsasanay, gawin natin, guided activity, and then paglalapat, yung gawin mo, application. And then there is that evaluation, then kasunduan or assignment or takdang aralin, and then pagninilay-nilay. Content of which or content of the pagninilay-nilay, ito yun. Ito pa din, para sa detailed lesson plan. Bilang ng mag-aaral na nakakakuha ng 80% sa evaluasyon, bilang ng mag-aaral na nakakuha ng score na mababa sa 80% at binigyan ng karagdagang gawaing pangremedial, mabisa ba ang mga araling pangremedial, and so on and so forth. And then your name, and then the school and the division below. All right. Yun siya ang part ng lesson exemplar. So with that, I would like to quote Martin Luther King when he said, Jr., when he said, somewhere along the way, we must learn that there is nothing greater than to do something for others. So all of us here are destined to do something for others, and I would like to congratulate all of us because we have done such noble action or act that would help others. Let us help our co-teachers, our co-employees in the field, so that they will be fully be guided, or they will be fully guided as to what they are going to do, especially in addressing the problem given by the pandemic, in the delivery of instruction, and in the utilization of our most essential learning competencies. So with that, I would like to say good day to all of you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maria Shelo D. Estrada, our CLMD Education Program Supervisor in ESP and SPFL. And to those teachers, na hindi pa nakapag-attendance, our attendance link still open. Again, sino po ang mga teachers dito hindi pa naka-attendance, open pa po ang ating attendance link. So, meron lang akong babasahin ng mga greetings coming from Sir Kim Louie Abinis. Good afternoon from Paiton Integrated School. And also from Sir Rogelio Rabig, ulan pud diri sa Panabo, maayong hapon sa tanan. Okay, same here, sir. Pero okay na po, sir. Wala na pong ulan. Okay, moving on to our next speaker, the CLMD Education Program Supervisor of EPP, TLE, and TVL of DepEd Region 11. We have Dr. Pedelina Huevas and the SEPS Bureau of Curriculum Development, DepEd Central Office, Sir Chris Valiente.
Good day, everyone. As the Regional Education Program Supervisor in charge for Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan or EPP, Technology Livelihood Education or TLE, Technical Vocational Livelihood Education or TVL, please allow me to introduce to you the most essential learning competencies for EPP, TLE, and TVL. Let me share my slides. Now, just like the previous speaker, I wish to discuss with you the process of the determination of MELCs. Identify the components of MELCs, explore how to use the MELCs, familiarize the MELCs through a walkthrough. Now, we need to remember that all the things that we are doing now are for the welfare of more than 27 million Filipino learners in basic education. But I would like to reiterate that these MELCs will be used by the field implementers for school year 2020 to 2021 only. Now, what is MELCs? How can this help our teachers and learners during the new normal? Now, MELCs is the instruction that focus only to the most essential and indispensable competencies that our learners must acquire. These are what we call the non-negotiable. It serves as guide to teachers in addressing the instructional needs of learners while ensuring that curriculum standards are in the curriculum guide. Now, how these MELCs are identified. Now, we need to remember that the identification of MELCs was done through the initiative of the DepEd Secretary, the Honorable Leonor Magtulis Briones, in collaboration with the experts in the Bureau of Curriculum Development, or BCD, and the Assessment Curriculum and Technology Research Center, or the ACTRC. Let me share to you some of the characteristics of an essential learning competency, or the MELCs, which later was identified as most essential learning competency. Now, the MELTS is something that would remain with learners long after a test or unit of study is completed and is useful beyond a single test or unit of study. It is applicable to real life situations, especially during this what we call new normal condition. If students leave school, it will still be important for them to have this competency above many others. It is aligned with national and local standards and frameworks. It connects the content to higher concepts across content areas. Now, how did these competencies were streamlined into MELTs? Now, competencies were originally taken from the K-12 curriculum guides. From there, competencies were extracted and identified as essential learning competencies based on the needs of times. Now, in this time of national health emergency brought about by COVID-19, those competencies were again scrutinized and become the most essential learning competencies. These have now become the non-negotiables in the curriculum, meaning this should be taught to the students taking the particular specializations. Now, for the subject EPP and TLE, there are 883 original learning competencies from the curriculum guide, which was reduced to 749. And that becomes now the most essential learning competencies, or again, the non-negotiable. That is only about 85% left from the original LCs from the curriculum guide. That is 15% has been removed. For the TVL specializations and the SPTVE or Special Program for Technical Vocational Education, there are around 95 specializations and more learning competencies are here because it comprises four components, which is the home economics or HE, the industrial arts or the IA, and the information and communication technology or ICT, and the agri-fishery arts or AFA. No MELTS has been released yet as this may affect the national assessment. However, learning modules has been released. The schools division offices are now taking the initiatives on how to go through it in coordination with the regional office. Now, there are 6 components of MELTS. You have one, the quarter, the content standards, the performance standards, the most essential learning competencies, duration, and codes. So what are they? Quarter refers to the time or period where topical coverage of a particular subject in a grade level is given. It is located in the first column in the MELTS. So you can see the red one. And next is the content standard. It identifies and sets the essential understanding that should be learned in a specific period. This covers specified scope of sequential topics within each learning strand, domain, theme, or component. Content standards answer the question, what should the learners know, do, and understand? It is located in the second column of the next. Next is the performance standards. What is performance standards? This describes the abilities and skills that learners are expected to demonstrate in relation to the content standards. The integration of knowledge, understanding, and skills is expressed through creation, innovation, and adding value to products, performance during the independent work or in collaboration with others. Now, as teachers, we teach our students how to learn. So the performance standards can tell what can learners do with what they know. How well must learners do their work? How well do learners use their learning or understanding in the new normal situations? How do learners apply their learning or understanding in real life contexts? What tools and measures should learners use to demonstrate what they know? It is located in the third column of the maze. Next is the most essential learning competencies. This refers to the knowledge, understanding, skills, and attitudes that students need to demonstrate in every lesson or learning activity. It is located in the fourth column of the next. Next component is the duration. It tells us about the period of time a particular competency will be taught. It is located in the fifth column of the next. Next is the code. Now, this was initiated in order to identify learning competencies that are connected and exhibited spiral progression. This ELSIS here the same code number and is connected to the Learning Resources Management and Development System. This is beneficial for the school heads and supervisors in monitoring the pace and progress of the lessons delivered by the teacher. It is located in the last column of the next. Now, it can be easily understood this way. Level SK stands for the lesson or skirt because the students will be sewing skirt. And an I stands for quarter. The AC stands for the week or A, B, C, week 1, 2, and 3. And 1 refers to learning outcome number 1. The XE here refers to the home economics. That's all. Thank you very much. And to unpack the myths, we are lucky to have with us today the Senior Education Program Specialist from the Bureau of Curriculum Division or BCD of DepEd Central Office. Please help me welcome Mr. Christopher Valiente.
Maayong adlaw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Christopher Valiente mula po sa Bureau of Curriculum Development. I am here today to discuss with you the unpacking of most essential learning competencies in the area of EPP, PLE, or the Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan, and Technology and Livelihood Education. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the people from DepEd Davao Region. First, Ma'am Evelyn R. Petalbero, the Regional Director. Next, the Chief Education Supervisor of Curriculum and Learning Management Division, Ma'am Janet. And of course, our friend from Region 11, the Regional Supervisor of EPP, PLE, and PBL, Ma'am Pedelina O. Huevos. I'm sure that Ma'am Inday have already discussed to you some of the premises as regards the utilization of most essential learning competencies in this area. So to continue, there are MELCs that have broad stroke competencies which expected to be unpacked by the teachers. So in our examples here, drawn from the milks of grade 6, so we have here buys and sells products based on needs. So if you will unpack this milks, it will give you define needs and wants. We also have identify the needs of the community. And we also have here develops a product. Next, sells products based on needs and demands in school and community. So if you will unpack these melts, it will give you prepares costing of product, compute for markup price, decide the selling price. And in our last row, we have here enumerate sources of family income. So the unpack melts for this will be sell products based on community needs and demands, explain family income. We also have discussed the importance of income and enumerate sources of family income. So in the succeeding slides, I will show you the detailed way on how to unpack the most essential learning competencies. So in our example here, this particular curriculum guide is the curriculum guide of agri-crop production. So just to give you an information that we really don't identify milks for the specialization subjects because it might have an impact on the national certification. And although we have some suggested specializations, I think that will be discussed later by Ma'am Huevos. So to continue, our target competency was from the unit of competency lesson 8, caring and maintaining crops. So ang learning outcomes po natin ay apply pest control. And our target learning competency is perform monitoring of pest incidents based on prescribed procedure. So in unpacking a certain competency, so we have to consider the codes and the content. So if you will notice sa code, ay this particular LO and the learning competencies, meaning LO1 hanggang dun sa 1.5, ay ituturo po natin ng second quarter, weeks 1 to 5, as per coding. And to elaborate this further, let me show you the slide. Okay. So kung makikita po natin, kung papansinin po natin mabuti ang ating learning competencies, some of the contents was not actually present doon po sa ating learning competencies. So again, our target is perform monitoring of pest incidents based on prescribed procedure. So this will be taught for second grading, weeks 1 to 5. So I know in the field, ang ginagawa po natin ay budget of work. But in my suggested format of how to unpack learning competencies, ito po ay tinatawag nating calendar of learning objectives. Because hindi pa po na-unpack na learning competency, tinatawag po natin siyang terminal objective, and then the unpack learning competency ay pwede po natin siyang tawaging enabling objectives. So here in our calendar of objectives, kung makikita po natin, again po, unit of competency, lesson 8, caring and maintaining crops, or CA and competency, na-unpack po natin. Which is 1.1, perform monitoring of pest incidents based on prescribed procedure. And then as per coding, ito po ay weeks 1 to 5 natin ituturo. Pero ito pong nakuha po natin or naging result po ng ating unpack 3 weeks. Meaning, Yung first 3 weeks, yung A to C, ay ito na po ang ating ituturo. Ito pong ating learning objectives. So, ang atin pong content, kung makikita po natin, ay nag-reflect na po siya dito po sa ating learning objectives. So, if you will elaborate this further, ang second grading po ay nagsisimula sa third week of August. So, kung makikita po natin yung duration o yung hours per day, yung mga madadali na learning competency, like the identify the different types of pests, diseases, hanggang doon po sa identify the different types of pests, mollusks, ay ituturo lamang po natin ng 1 hour. So, kung titingnan po natin dito, yung atin pong week 3, which is equivalent to 8 hours, ay naituro na po natin yung learning objectives 1.1.1 hanggang pong 1.1.7. And as I mentioned earlier, yun pong ating content ay present na po sa ating learning objectives. And then yung discuss the safety procedures in monitoring pest incidents. So binigyan po natin siya ng 2 hours because kung titingnan po natin sa Bloom's Taxonomy of Birds, ang discuss po ay nagpo-fall na siya sa application level. Okay? So kaya medyo mabigat po yung ating duration. And then for week 4, yung record pest incidents in the locality because matagal-tagal po yan ang pagre-record ng data or pag-gather ng data, especially po doon po sa context ng bata. Binigyan po natin siya ng 8 hours or 1 week. And then of course, the reporting of the result of monitoring of pest incidents in the locality ay 8 hours din po, or it will be taught in September week 1. So medyo matagal po yan, kaya po almost 1 week po yung nilagay natin. Again, these hours per day, ito po ay suggestion lang po. Meaning, you can contextualize this or we give you the leeway on the duration, but as per the identified MELCs, these are non-negotiables if you would see or if you read the briefer of these MELCs. So, yun lang po. I think that's the end of my discussion regarding the unpacking of most essential learning competencies. And the rest of the slides will be discussed by the regional supervisor, Ma'am Huevos. Muli po, maraming salamat, and we hope that you are positive with regards to the learning continuity plan of DepEd. Hindi po dapat nawawala ang education in these trying times because education is the key to success. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Sir Chris. We hope to always hear curriculum updates from the central office and news from you should there be any changes. Thank you very much again, and God bless. Be safe, Sir Chris. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Huevas, the CLND EPS or Education Program Supervisor of APP, TLE, and TVL of DepEd 11, and Sir Valiente, the Senior Education Program Supervisor, Bureau of Curriculum Development, DepEd Central Office. And moving on to our next speaker, the CLMD Education Program Supervisor in MAPE of DepEd Region 11. Let's welcome Ma'am Jesseline B. De La Cuesta.
Okay, by division. So we have here from Davao City, Ma'am Elsie Kagape, Sir Kagape, and Sir Fortunato Sagayno. Of course, Sir John Galan for STED. So for Panabo, we have Mr. Macabulos, Sister Di Ocampo, and Sister Jaime Torster. For Tagum City, we have Mr. Isaias Maguyop, Darian Suyat, and Sir Edgar Tanggalang Torster. For Davao de Oro, we have Sir Dexter Piqueña, and Ma'am Karina Frasco. For Davao del Norte, we have Ma'am Rizel and Ma'am Marlene Pubico. So for the Digo City, we have Sir Angel Bisaga Jr. and Miss Arlene Barba. For Davao del Sur, we have Sir Aldos Budiki and Ma'am Sherilyn Cometa. For Davao Occidental, we have Sir Rodrigo Melay and Ma'am Irene Caballero. For Davao Oriental, Sir Bernabe Basilisco and Ma'am Connie Wong, who is also the Assistant Curriculum Chief OIC for Davao Oriental. And also Ma'am Sherilyn is the Chief for Davao del Sur. From Mati, we have Sir Jude Pariolin, and Ma'am Bea Pariolin. Pareho sila apelido na. And Igapos, we have Sir Romulo Eliseo, Ma'am Arlene, and si Ma'am Lourdes Manlangit. Okay. For the information of everybody first, so yung ADM natin for first quarter, natapos na natin yun, nasa center office niya. Mag-wait na lang muna tayo for downloading sa finals dito sa atin para magagamit na natin yan for the first quarter. So I would like also to thank, baka makalimutan ko mamaya, si ADM for grade 3, for PN Health, Ma'am Elsie Gagabe of Davao City, and for Music and Arts, for Panabo, kay Sir De Ocampo. Of course, meron silang team for the writers, the LRs, the layout artists. So, salamat talaga sa inyo dahil hindi kayo natutulog halos dahil lang sa pagsusulat. Dahil yung ADM na yan, you really exerted effort kasi yun ang ating assign sa region. So, grade 3. And then, pag matapos yung quarter 1 natin, which is natapos na talaga siya, it can be shared, nagagamitin yan for the whole country. The same with other regions na meron din silang assigned na grade level, na isi-share din nila sa atin. Okay? And then, but before anything else, June, before sa MAPE natin, dito muna tayo sa spread. Okay? So, ang spread natin ay kasama sila sa K-12. So, we will use the MELC sa spread natin. So, meron silang graded and non-graded. So, ang yung non-graded, ito yung meron silang IEP, meron silang individual educational program na doon isusulat ang kanilang progress, ang kanilang pag-aaral. So, ito rin sa SPED, for the information everybody, last, yung mga nagkaraan, ang tawag natin sila ay SPED yan, ibig sabihin special. So ngayon, meron na tayong sasabihin sa kanila na sila yung LSEN. When you say LSEN, learners with special disability. So, LSEN sila. Ganun siya, ha? Okay. For information, yung mga LSENs na naka-mainstream, okay, mainstream, dahil nga sa inclusive na tayo, yung naka-mainstream na mga HI, when you say HI, mga hearing impaired, meron tayong visual impaired, meron tayong ID, intellectual disability, meron tayong autism, meron tayong learning disability or LD, or an EBD, mga emotional disability. Yung mga LSENs na mainstream, ang ibig sabihin, napunta na siya sa regular class dahil pwede siya doon. Dahil ang mga teachers natin ngayon ay nabigyan na natin ng regional training and then to the division and to the lower level, yung sign language. Kahit na hindi pa masyado tayo magaling sa sign language, but unti-unti nagagamit natin ito, lalo na sa receiving teachers ng mga LSEN sa HI. At mga receiving teachers sa mga partially blind or sa visual impaired. So, kailangan ating silang i-supportahan natin sila and we will help them 101% because they are our LSEN and they are also our students. When you say mainstream, sabi ko kanina, nalagay na siya sa regular class. Okay? So, meron din tayong talagang hindi na makaya sa regular class muna. Hindi pa makaya. So, ang tawag sila na self-contained pa sila. So, ibig sabihin, kailangan talaga siya ng SPED teacher. So, sa ngayon, yung mga LSENs natin na naka-mainstream, they will use now the milk talaga. But ito namang self-contained, gagawa tayo ng exemplar na according to milk din, according to their level. Diba? So, ibig sabihin ng level, yung makaya nila, yun ang bibigay natin ng lesson exemplar and mga activity sheets. Okay? So, yan ang ating SPED. So, sa ngayon, dito tayo muna sa sa MAPE as MAPE. Okay? Kasama ang SPA, kasama LSEN, kasama din ang mga SPS. Okay, June. So, for the meantime, I'm ready to share my share ko na yung MAPE na milk ko. Okay? So, I'm ready.
Yes, po, ma'am. Yes, ready na po kayo.
Yes,
Sige po,
I'm ready.
ma'am. I-show na po
Salamat.
natin. Opo,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to our regional LMS training for MAPE, SPA, SPS, and STEM. But before anything else, I would like to thank our regional director, Director Evelyn Cataldero, our assistant regional director, Ines Asuncion, of course my chief Janet Veloso. And I would like also to welcome my counterpart or the chief of all officers for the curriculum. And I would like to welcome also my counterpart in the division offices for MAPE, SPA, SPS, and STED. So to my division counterpart from Davao City, we have Dr. Elsie Gagape, Sir Kagape, Sir Segaino, Sir John Galan. For Panabo City, we have Apolinario Macabulos, Sir Ray De Ocampo, and Sir Ray Carlon. For Tagum City, Sir Isaias Maguyop, Sir Darwin Suyat, and Sir Edgar Tanggalang. For Davao de Oro, we have Sir Dexter Pequeña. For Davao del Norte, Miss Rachel Mokia and Miss Marlene Publico. For Digo City, we have Sir Angel Bisaga Jr. and Ma'am Arlene Barba. For Davao del Sur, Sir Aldous Bodiki and Ma'am Sherilyn Cometa. For Davao Oriental, Occidental, we have Sir Rodrigo Milay, Miss Irene Caballero. For Davao, for Mati City, we have Sir Jude Pariolin and Leia Pariolin. For Davao Oriental, we have Sir Bernabe Basilisco and Ma'am Connie Wong. And from the Island Garden City, or Igacos, we have Sir Romulo Eliseo, Ma'am Arlene Lobrado, and Ma'am Lourdes Manlangit. And of course, I would like also to welcome all the participants, the teachers of MAPE, SPA, SPS, and STEM. But I will explain to you what is MELT all about. So the Department of Education Region 11, in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent shortened academic year, the Department of Education through Bureau of Curriculum Development and the Curriculum Standard Development Division has produced a list of the most essential learning competencies. So it was done in order to ensure that the grade level standards, along with the corresponding content and performance standards set for each learning areas, are still attained. In the process of identifying the MELT, the endurance criterion was used as the sole determiner, guided by the requirement that the learning competencies or the LPs be useful in lifelong learning. The group of specialists in charge of the MAPE curriculum recognizes the role of the subject in providing the physical health, cultural literacies, artistic expression, skills necessary in acquiring the knowledge and values to live a more meaningful life. Further, the MEF is identified are those that work in close association in other competencies in other subjects, thus maintaining the curricular quality of integration. So this is the most essential learning competency matrix for the MEF. For MAPE, music, art, and physical education. So, first question, what is MELC? So, MELC is the most essential learning competency. It serves as reference to assist the teachers in identifying the most important learning competencies to be developed, acquired by the learners and must be prioritized in this crisis situation. MELC are praised, and deemed essential learning competencies in the achievement of content and performance standards. Remember, MELC is school year 2020-21 only. Kasi meron nga tayong COVID-19. So, here's the sample of the MELC for music, art, physical education, and health education. For example, for grade 2 and grade 2 quarter 2, to demonstrate the melodic contour with movement. Nirephrase ito ng demonstrate melodic contour through movement, music writing, may it be in paper or air, and visual imagery. The same with the art, physical education, and health education. So as a general rule, learning competencies are retained. When we say retained, it is satisfies the endurance criterion, which greatly contributes to lifelong learning and is a prerequisite skill to the next grade level. Some are merged or clustered if they have the same objective of learning intentions, thus can be combined into one comprehensive learning competency. Some are dropped if they are too specific and the articulation is similar to that of learning objectives. Deemed appropriate to be introduced in the earlier quarter or grade level or moved to a later quarter or grade level. So some are dropped. So we said before, some are retained, some are merged, some are dropped, but some also are rephrased. Ibig sabihin, simplified. The process of identifying the MELC. So we have the K-12. Of course, we know the K-12. And then, after the K-12, nahimay-himay pa talaga yan for the essential learning competencies. And then, dahil lang sa pandemic, at nagiging final MELC or the most essential learning competency. So the K-12 essential MELC is here. The MELC is not a departure from the K-12 curriculum. The standards are the same. They are retained. Then it focused on the attainment of the 21st century skills. And of course, the codes and the tags are retained for the merge and retained competencies. All learning areas will be taught. So we have here the current CGs versus the MELT. So for the total of all the subjects and the all grade levels from grade 1 to senior high, we have the current CGs of 14,148. And then here in the MELT, we retain only 5,548. But for the MAPE alone, the current CGs versus MELT in MAPE is like, in the grade 1, we have 84. For the grade 2, we have 82 MELT. For grade 3, we have 102 MELT. Grade 4, 92. For grade 5, 9. Grade 6, 96. Grade 7, 118. Grade 8, the same with grade 7. Grade 9, we have 114. And grade 10 is 92. From current CGs of 1,436, nagiging 997 na lang. So, kumunti dito sa MEL. So, we have here also the comparison of the MEL per subject or per learning area. So, like in grade 1 or the current CGs, we have 358. For the ELC, diba, from K to 12 to ELC to MELC, so nagiging 286 for the LLC. And then to the MELC, nagiging 223. Later I will explain to you kung bakit siya bumaba. The same with the arts, we have here from 390 to 333, and then the final is 334. I don't know, as you can see, nagdagdag pa ng isa sa MEL. So dito sa graph, makikita mo talaga na bumaba yung nasa MEL natin. So except sa grade 9. And then we have also here for physical education from the current CG of 356 to ALC 189, and the final MEL is 165. And also for the health, so we have here the 339 for the current CGs, to the ALCs 295, and for the MEL it's only 276 MEL. So for field implementers like the SEOs, you are encouraged to contextualize the most essential learning materials in order to accommodate the varying context of learners, teachers, learning environment, and support structures, considering both the content and the performance standards. So how to use the MEL? Here's the sample MEL of grade 6. I will give you example for quarter 1. So in quarter 1, the content standard is to demonstrate understanding of the concept of rhythm by applying notes and rest, rhythmic patterns, and time to be sure. So you will use that content standard. So we have also here the performance standard. And here on the right side is the most essential learning competency. So sa week 1, ilang days yan? Sa music lang yan ha. Week 2, we have 3, and week 4 to 5, and to week 6 to 8. So, bakit ilan lang isang content standard at nagiging 1, 2, 3, 4 siya hanggang 8 weeks? So, gawin ninyo is you add more subtopic or aralin in every learning competencies to hit the targeted LC to 1 week to 6 weeks. The same with So add more topics or aralin in every milk. So, like for example, identifies the value of the notes, rest used in particular song. So, hindi mo man yan talaga ma-teach in one setting. So, you can use that for the whole week. You add on aralin in every milk. Okay? So, the same with the uh, for the art, the same. For the art, meron na talagang siyam na most essential competency. So for week 1 to 9, yan ang mga competencies ninyo. So budget the time, halimbawa sa week 1, so discusses the concept that art possesses elements, pwede kayo magdagdag ng aralin para makuha ninyo ang 1 week. Then, third week, second week, hanggang 8 weeks. Kasi, pag isa lang ang competencies ang gagamitin mo, 1 day lang yun. So, dapat dagdagan mo ng mga aralin. So, first day, iba, basta for the whole week, yan yung melt mo. Yan yung competency mo. So, you dagdag more aralin. Bahala ka kung ilang idagdag mo. Mas better kung madami kang strategies na ituturo mo sa mga mata. So, the same with physical education. We have only 4 melt. So you must dagdag in some of the physical education are embedded also to other LPs. That's why yung aming ginawa sa grade 3, nagiging 9. Yung isang competency siya, meron siyang marami siyang modules na ginawa namin. Kasi nagdagdag kami ng mga aralin. So, yan ang nangyari. So the same with grade 6 health. So we have, for the first quarter, we have 5 maths embedded. So ganun pa rin. So week 1 to 3, dalawahan, describe personal health issues and concerns and demonstrate self-management skills. So gagamitin mo yan or gagawin mo yan in 1 to week 1 to 3 weeks. So sabihin, you dagdag more activities, more aralin. Okay. So the same, so we are finished with, we're done with grades 1 to grade 10. This time, we will tackle also the senior high school for grade 11 and 12. Iba yung senior high school kagaya sa atin kasi meron silang kumbaga first semester. Yung first semester nila, kumbaga kung sa ating elementary and junior high, para siyang first and second grading. And then the second semester, nagiging para siyang third and fourth grading. Talaga naman talaga yun. Okay. So here's also for the senior high school, grade 11 and 12. For grade 11 and 12, we have the physical education and health. So yung tinatawag nating HOPE, Health Optimizing Physical Education. So we have also here, so for grade 11, physical education is on first semester or first and second quarter. And then here's the example or sample MELC for grade 11. The same with elementary and junior high. So iba lang talaga ang kanilang parang grading, first grading, ang tawag sa kanila ay second semester, first semester. Okay, so ganun pa rin. First quarter, meron silang 9 MELC. So, hanggang ilang weeks yan? Hanggang week 1 to week 10. So, sa second quarter natin, 7 milk. So, sa 7 milk, meron tayong 7 milk, week 2 to 10. So, kailangan you must dagdag. So, the teacher talaga ay dapat meron siyang strategy na magdagdag siya ng aralin para sa isang araw, meron siyang gagawin. Hindi yung isang milk lang gagawin niya. The following day, wala na siya. So dapat i-plan niya, i-budget niya kung ano ang kanya ituturo for the whole week. Isang competencies, tagtagin niyo yan para dagdag ang game. Okay. For grades 12, physical education is on second semester or third and fourth quarter. So the same sample. So sa third quarter, 7 milk, and for the fourth quarter, we have 8 milk. The same process, dagdag aralin para more activities for weeks in every week. So this time, we'll be going to discuss the competencies of grades 11 and 12 for sports track. So nakasama pa rin natin sa MAPE ito, pero senior high lang sila. So, sa sports track, iba sa kanila, meron silang mga iba't ibang mga topic na kaagad. Like sa grades 11, they are more on the following topics like safety and first aid, human movement, fundamentals of coaching, sports officiating and activity management, psychosocial aspects of sports and exercise, and fitness testing and basic exercise programming. Itong physical fitness testing natin, meron tayo niyan sa elementary at high school. And it can be, magbigay tayo niyan sa after 1 month after the first day of klase. Before, binibigay natin yan sa July. Pero ngayon, dahil wala pa tayong face-to-face, so gagawin yan sa bahay. Meron din tayong ginawa na physical fitness na video. It will be given to the whole of Region 11 divisions, courtesy of, naka-assign po dyan, courtesy of the Davao del Norte division. So, I would like to thank Ma'am B, Sir Chief Mogis, and of course, Ms. Bissell, the coordinator of that project. And I would like also to thank the teachers and the models and the actors for that video. So, in the next day, makikita natin yung ating physical fitness test. And then, of course, dahil ano yan siya, dahil materials yan siya, dumaan pa rin yan siya sa quality assurance. So bukas o sa sunod na mga araw, makikita natin ang ating physical fitness video. Okay, so yan yung ating fitness testing and basic exercise. So doon tayo natapos na natin yan sa elementary and high school. For the grade 12 sports track, so ang kanilang topic naman ay fitness, more sports, and recreational leadership. So maybe the next days, meron din tayong mga lesson exemplars na ipapakita sa inyo sa mga selected nating mga trainers. Hindi ko na muna sabihin dito kung sino yung mga trainers natin, pero makikita natin sa susunod ng mga araw. Okay. So, the same pa rin sa first semester, 7 to 17 weeks. So, himay-mayin, dagdagan ng mga aralin or mga activities para makuha mo yung 17 weeks in 7 meals. Okay? So, kailangan ang teacher ay maging talaga, maganda kanilang strategies, mga activities para sa ating mga kabataan. Okay. So, part pa rin sa senior high natin, sa specialization natin ay arts and design. So, dalawa ang atin sa MAPE. No? Meron tayong arts and design and sports track. So, for the sports track for 11, grades 11 and 12, for arts and design, we have here the different topics of the grade 11. So, the topic for first semester, we have creative industries. So, the creative industries, yan yung arts and design appreciation and production. Meron din tayong creative industries 2, performing arts. When you say performing arts, movement talaga yan. Okay. So, alam na yan ng mga senior high schools natin, saka mga SDOs natin ng mga Fs. Kasi pumupunta talaga yan sila doon mag-monitoring. So, sa arts and design, ito yung specific topic ng grade 12 din. So, meron silang physical and personal development in the arts, developing Filipino identity in the arts. They have integrated elements and principles of organization in the arts. Meron din silang leadership and management in different arts and design, and production in performing arts. When you say production, siguro ang kanilang gagawin yan as general sa kanilang natutunan, gagawa sila ng production. Of course, may mga performers. So, yan yung kanilang mga activity. Be sure na ang teacher talaga ay magiging creative. Meron na tayong marami sa YouTube, na marami tayong makukuha mga lessons, lalo na ngayon, dahil sa pandemic, meron na tayong mga free na mga webinar. So, you grab, take chance. Kasi wala na talaga tayong training na face-to-face. Even before, wala din tayong mga training kasi mahal din tayo mag-travel. So, the good for this pandemic is lahat ng nasa field ay makikita na nila sa webinar. At it's free. Kagaya ngayon, kagaya sa ating LMS, yung mga participants from division officer, pwede rin silang yung ibang teacher na manood. Kasi gagawa din sila ng kanilang sariling module kung gusto sila magawa para talaga yung kanilang hilig ng sa computer, sa technology natin. Kumbaga, wow, marunong ako nito. So, lahat tayo ay nanibago. Except yung talagang mahilig sa computer or mga computer literate. So, sa ating mga teachers, even the teachers, even the tayo, mga supervisors, talaga naninibago din tayo sa ganitong mga training. Pero exciting, di ba? Nakakatawa na nakakalito paminsan, kagaya nito na mag-lecture ka na wala kang audience. Pero I know, virtually, andyan lang kayo sa harap ko. So, ganun lang yon. So, again, sa arts and design, we have the topics of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, 5 topics. So, ganun pa rin, meron din tayong example dito sa first grading. So, 3 MELCs yan in 8 weeks. So, himay-himayin pa rin natin kung ano yung nasa sa MELC. So, at the end of this session, or at the end of my lecture, for those who are interested to have the MELC, just actually, na-send ko na sa mga supervisors, sa mga counterparts ko sa division offices. Pero kung gusto niyo yung direct from me, pwede rin. Just PM me, alam yung pangalan ko, Jocelyn B. de la Cuesta. So, hanapin mo lang sa messenger. Sabihin mo lang na kailangan mo ng SPS milk. Kailangan ko ng SPS, SPA milk. Kailangan ko ng grade 6 milk. Kailangan ko ng junior, ng senior high, or dyan sa Hope or sports track and sports track and arts and design. So, i-share ko lang ito, nakakatawa kahapon. So, sabi sa group chat namin sa mga regional of supervisor, so sabi niya, Nip, friendship, saan kaya, meron ka bang arts and design? And kung meron niya, nasa pinadalang milk na sa lahat-lahat. Ilang kayang pages yun? Yung first na milk natin, 599, dinagdag ang SPS at saka SPA, so something like 500 plus. So, hindi ko makita. Ito, you want, himay-himay? Yung bang naka-grade 6 na, grades 1 to grade 6, naka-junior high na siya, naka-senior high na siya, meron siya sports track, meron siyang arts and design, at meron pa akong, yung SPA, saka SPS na nakahimay-himay na rin. And I would like also to thank the help of Paulo Salvo. Siya yung naghimay-himay na yon. Kasi pag hindi natin himay-himayin, pag ibigay natin sa lahat sa kanila, malilito ka sa paghahanap ng pages 1 to 500 plus. Bakit kaya ang ulo nun? So those who are interested or you want to have a copy of that milk, just PM me. PM is the key. Para naman online, PM is the key. Okay. Pero libre lang ito, wala lang itong bayad. Okay? So at the end of my sharing, I would like to share with you the quotation of our friend Walt Disney. He said, "We keep moving forward, opening new doors and doing new things because we're curious and curiosity keeps leading us down new path. Di ba, mga bagong mga pamamaraan? So, natapos din natin pala yung, hala, paano ba ito magpasok sa webinar? So, pindot-pindot siya. Anong link? Nakakatawa, nakaka-enjoy. So, ganun din. Another thing we have here, don't fear of this technology. Just embrace it. By Anthony J. D'Angelo. So, huwag kayo matakot. Kasi noon, dati-dati, matakot din ako dahil baka yung aking pindutin, ma-erase lahat yung aking file. So, explore lang talaga tayo. So, kagaya sa mga lecture natin, yung kahapon, so, para ba, paano yan? Sige lang, you just explore the new thing. And lastly, the only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it. Move with it, and join the dance by Alan Watts. So thank you very much and good day.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Jesselyn de la Cuesta, for that very comprehensive discussion. And for us to answer our questions, or some of our questions, we will proceed to our division open forum. But before that, I would like to announce to all the participants that if you have any questions, do not be hesitate to write your questions or to write your questions to the comment section. Again, if you have a questions, do not be hesitate to write your questions in the comment section. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us to answer our queries and questions about the milks, let's see the division open forum and let's watch this.
Brother by Dr. Ernie M. Aguan. Hello po sa inyong lahat dyan. And to Salvaston National
Good
High School
afternoon,
din
ESP
po.
teachers.
Ayan. So mga ma'am, we now have our first question po. Allow me to read our first question. Ayan. This question is from Sir Sol Ryan De Roche. Ayan. This is a request po. Sabi niya po, please elaborate po paano na po daw ang milk nila sa TVL Senior High. Kasi sabi daw po may module. Ayan. Sige po. I think nakamute po ata ang microphone ni Ma'am Emeline. Sige po. This question po will be addressed right now. Ayan.
Again daw, sir, again. With regards to
yung ano po, kanina, yung ating
specialization.
Po, about po sa milk ng TVL sa senior high school po.
Yes. Kung meron bang mga module na available?
Opo, opo.
For this coming opening of classes, this coming August 24. So with regards to the module na hinahanap ng mga senior high school, meron tayong mga writers na gumagawa ng ating mga learning with regards to the activity sheets na ginagawa ng ating mga writers. That includes the elementary hanggang sa senior high school na yan. So again, we have separated also activity sheet for the textbook schools, the Carmen and the Asuncion textbook schools. Yes.
All right. Thank you po, Ma'am Emeline, for addressing the concern raised by Sir Sol Ryan De Roche. So, hintay-hintay lang po tayo at may darating din po na module. Ayan. Good afternoon po. Now, we have on screen Dr. Daklan. Mayong hapon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And now, let us have the second question. Afternoon po. Our second question po is coming from Sir Armando Olmedo, Dr. Armando Olmedo. And his question is, considering that modules are prepared based on MELC, is there a way that teachers can still modify the activities written in the modules based on the context of the learners? Follow the module. So, yan po. So anyone po can answer the question.
Sige, go, ma'am. Ma'am Glo.
Sige po. Ma'am Glo, sorry to interrupt po. Yung mic
Sige
po
po.
natin.
Repeat.
Ayan.
Sige pa.
Sige pa.
The modules are prepared. Am I heard now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay. The modules are prepared based on MELCs. The question is there a way that the teachers can still modify the activities written in the modules based on the context of the learners? Kung may hago-hagoon ginatog taman ang atong mga teachers ani i-contextualize na magud this regional level magud nato is i-contextualize na nato ang atong mga modules. So kung naay modules gikan sa laing regions, mo pa nay atong i-contextualize pod based on the learners, the context of the learners, no? And then naana na sa teachers kung iyahan na siyang i-modify. Pero kung naana na siya sa LMS, na-encode na napasok sa LMS, mo decide sa ang teacher, yasang tan-aon ang LMS kung angay ba sa iyahang mga pupils, sa mga students niya, ang naka-prepare o naka-encode nga modules sa LMS. So, mo decide ang teachers, ilahon sa niya iyahang mga learners kung swak ba ni nga modules para sa iyahang mga estudyante. Kaya kung dili, iyahan na siyang i-contextualize. Iyahan na siyang i-simplify to the extent nga di po siya kaayo mahago og taman kana lang yung man lang ba i-taper lang niya dito sa iyahang mga learners. Himuan niya. Okay?
Alright, thank you po, Ma'am Gloria. So, klaruhin lang po natin, teachers can actually modify po, di ba? But they are not required to modify. Yun. So, maraming salamat po. Let us now proceed to our next question. Marami po kayong question ngayong hapon na ito. Ayan. This is our next question. This is for senior high school PBL daw po from Aaron Roferos. Paano daw po ang mode of teaching nila when they do practical or activities? May follow-up pa po na question. Paano po ang national assessment kung distance learning ang mode of learning na gagamitin?
Okay, for sa senior high, PBL, talking on the assessment na sinasabi nila sa TESDA, so of course, we have to by this time, since ang ating MELCs ay for the meantime naman ito, so we will just wait for further notice or something na galing sa central office na magbigay sila ng advice as to follow ba ang previous na evaluation ng ating TESDA. Kasi meron tayong TESDA kasi. And then, kailangan natin, follow natin ang training regulation given ng TESDA. Of course, like that, no? So, hindi pwede na natin ang sa assessment kasi andun kasi ang ng TESDA. Given na yun sa TESDA. So, we have to follow. So, by this time, wala pa yun sa karon, no? Murag, stay put lang muna tayo.
Hulat-hulat lang sa gitna, ma'am. Ayan. Alright.
No? Hindi iniingon na magbugay. Just pray na Balik na kita sa tunod na normal. Okay?
Okay po. Yes po.
Okay.
Now for our next question po, medyo general set of question. So anyone po can give an insight or answer to this question. From Jean Olimpo, any advice po on how we can deal with it na kahit nga face-to-face before, nahihirapan ang mga batang umasa, how else pag modular na po? Any advice? Ito, sige po. Sino pong willing magbigay ng advice?
Okay. Ma'am Grace?
Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Before the next question, I just would like to add to the answers already given by Ma'am, the LE supervisor, Ma'am Eileen, with regards to the assessment, it's actually different from the regulations and that of our learning competencies. Now, our school heads, together with the senior high school coordinators, had actually done the orientation on the implementation of our hands-on was these programs as to the senior high school, and I guess they have already their schedules on how to. There are actually several guidelines, matrix of activities that our learners can still do have this learning experience despite the crisis situation that we are facing at this time. So wait lang nato no sa schedule. It's actually patterned from the Central Memorandum 85 of 2020. Now, for the question, any advice? How can we deal with it? Na kahit nga face-to-face before, nahihirapan silang bumasa. So what else pag modular na po? So it here refers to how would a student be guided on how to read or how to learn when even in the face-to-face, they could hardly read. So the Department of Education actually has given already several modes of delivery. In this crisis time, our parents are actually our great partners in the teaching delivery process. So for now, it's on the community, the local community to choose which among the platforms, now which among the approaches could really fit to the interest and to the level of the students. So it's a matter of how it's a big challenge really this time, but with the concerted effort of the parents, the community, and the teacher, well, our education can still continue and our students be given still the chance to continue education despite the crisis situation. Just adya lang, go.
Yes po, yan. Because all of us teachers can really rise challenges. Kaya laban lang tayo ng laban sa ating new normal situation. Yan,
Sir,
then
ako idaglag lang.
Yes po.
Nahirapan silang bumasa. Ang ilang silingan, kabaluman mo basa, manilingan gyud sila. Ilaha jong amiguhon ang ilang silingan nga kabalo mo basa.
Ayun.
Patabang.
Tabangay kita ni ma'am. Alright. Sige po.
Okay.
Let us now move on to our next question. When I checked earlier, ubay-ubay to itong mga questions po. So, I believe that we still have questions po that we can cater. Ayun.
Nana.
Yes po, we are still waiting for the next question to be presented on screen. And while we wait po, gusto ko lamang pong i-remind rather ang ating mga teacher participants that we will be presenting po later ang ating Day 2 evaluation link. Kaya siguraduhin po ninyo na you'd stay with us until the end of the broadcast because you have to complete or accomplish our daily evaluation right after we end our live. Ayan. And since there are no more questions po na ipinisend sa ating screen, I believe that we have already entertained the most important questions po that was raised or were raised by our teacher participants. Allow me po to thank every one of you. And there, magpapasalamat na po sana ako, pero andyan, dumating na ang ating question. Ayan, follow-up question po ito sa question kanina ni Ma'am Jean Olimpo. Ma'am Glo, what if hindi din po marunong bumasa ang kapitbahay? Teka ba lumabasa ang silingan, ma'am? Pati ang parents, yung sao na lang daw, ma'am.
Okay. Secretary Briones mentioned that kung yun ana ang problema, ang principal dapat makahibalo kung kinsa ang iyang mga estudyante nga dili kabalo mobasa kay mo hire daw og para teacher. Mao daw mo conduct og reading or motabang ato mga bata nga dili makabasa. Especially sa mga IPs. So ako na lang pong sunod diri nga referring to our brother, sister, and as IPs. So, this is where para teachers are most likely needed in those areas. Kay di man po especially sa kinder, na di man gyud na sila pa makabasa kung kinahanglan na ay gyud siya guide didtong dapita nga mo una mo sa gubang anang mga pagpabasa or pag-introduce sa mga competencies sa mga bata sa mga IPs. So ang mo-solve ana, ang unang-unang principal nga makabalo siya dapat kinsa ang mga estudyante niya nga nanginahanglan og para teachers in that community. Pero i-distinguish ato sang iilhon kung kana siya nga community naabay available within the community sa ICC nila kung naabay pwede nga makatudlo. Kay dili man tanan pod nga member sa ICC nga dili pod sila kabalo mobasa. So naa gyud pod. So ato na siyang itap. Then, mo na siya karon ang role sa DepEd. I do not know when the budget would be coming. Pero mao gyud na siya ang plano ni Secretary Biones to hire para teachers for those areas nga manginahanglan og magpabasa sa mga batang di kabasa kay ang ilang mga ginikanan di pod kabalo mo basa. Sige lang ampo lang ta nga naatay pay makuha ana. Daghan pa mang mga para teachers nga wala pa pod sila experience sa pagtudlo pero kanang basic reading ra man gud na siya then makaya ra na nila. Thank you. Thanks for
Okay,
the
thank
concern.
you. Yes po.
I would like to
Salamatan po
add,
natin. Yes po, go ahead, ma'am.
Sir Carl, there might be another question after every question. So in every question, there is always a question. In every answer, there is always an answer. And so prudence as teachers, we should have to have this prudence and initiative. These virtues matter most in this crisis situation. So laban lang, we should not be negative. No? We should have to move forward. We should be positive. We are all instruments in molding and nurturing our students. So if this strategy cannot be applied in this particular setting, there are still a lot of options and there are still a lot of approaches that could lead to hitting the objectives of what the organization and what the Department of Education is looking for. As far as this pandemic situation challenges us today, then go to the battle and have the weapons in fighting this crisis situation. Yan lang, no? Laban.
Thank you for that wisdom, Dr. Daklan. Kaya po sa makasamahan kong guro sa field, laban lang talaga tayo ng laban. And then, let us now have the next question from Ma'am Mira Luna Ababon. Ayan. Papaano po kaya sa science na may activity na nangangailangan ng science equipment tulad na lang halimbawa ng thermometer? So,
Okay.
I'm not really, sige po, Ma'am Grace.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. For this particular question for science activity, if we're in that the equipment is needed, I guess naman those, just like the thermometer, no, na there are some available material naman siguro sa inyo. But then if there are none, or wala talagang halimbawa yung equipment na yun, siguro you can ano naman sa teacher kung ano yung other means na pwede nilang magamit in terms sa mga equipment na unavailable. So siguro pag kung wala talaga, anyway, kung sa local lang, kung sa area na pwede makabili or pwede ma-supplyan, pwede siya. And then if in the area na wala talaga, halimbawa sa bukid, so siguro coordinate na lang yung teacher. Alam naman ng teacher na kung pwede nila ma-localize yung activity. Ma-contextualize nila yung activity. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So that is for science. What about po to other subjects na maaaring mangailangan din po ng ibang equipment? And the equipment is not available po. Do we have other insights from our other apps?
Regarding the equipment and all, today, this days prior to the start of the classes is the beginning of budgeting, planning with your principal kay sila baya ang naay access ana para matabangan ang mga katawhan. So karong panahon na amiguhon na tog taman ang atong mga administrators kay sila ang naayabi ana tanan. Amiguhon na to para matagaan yun ta.
Ayan. And the next question po, para kay Ma'am Lizel. Ayan, sa MAPE po ata ito. Yes, MAPE. Unsaon ang MAPE na needing ug outputs like sa arts or mga exercises?
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Tinuod gyud na no, labi na sa MAPE kinahanglan man gyud og outputs no, like arts sa in our activity sheets naka-design talaga yan siya na output oriented pa din siya kahit activity sheets siya, kahit self-learning activity sheets lang siya. Nagyud guided ang bata unsay himuon, unsaon niya pag-draw, guided siya tanan didto. Makahimo gyud gihapon siya og output. Dili siya exempted no nga kesyo activity sheet lang siya, modules lang ginagamit, walay output ka mahimo ang bata. Naan gyud gihapon, naay pamaagi ana.
Ayan, so dun po sa matatanggap ng ating mga estudyante na activity sheets, they will be guided po as to how to come up with their outputs. Tama po ba, Ma'am Lizelle?
Yes.
And that was our last question po. Ay, ayan. Sorry po, may isa pang pahabol na question. So this could be a very important question po. Allow me to read it. Our last question for this afternoon from Zerlene Gonzalo. May adjusted grading system na po ba per subject or same lang po ba noong nakaraan po? Pareho lang po ang grading system sa modular, online, and blended learning?
Okay, so far, hello?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead,
Okay.
ma'am.
We are still bound to obey the DepEd Order number 8. That's on grading system. Wala pa man wala pa may grading system nga nausab. Ang sistema malanggod sa from face to face to modular, the same lang manggod ang kuan ana niya. Mura gyud na siya nalahi. Pero ang content, ang competencies, ang mga ana parehas raman. So ang ato lang din ha is the system of delivering those competencies. But still, naalang yun gihapon tong grading system nga atong gituman sa dati pa. Mora man gihapon ang kuan niya, ma-modular man na siya, ma-online, ma-blended. Parehas ra man na siya nga content-based, competency-based, ang sa mga kuan is performance-based na maghapon na siya kay naamantay kuhaon nga mga outputs gikan sa mga bata. Wa man pud na gihapon mausab, no? O lang gihapon atong gitanaw. K to 12 pa gihapon jud ang basis.
Okay po, thank you. So kaklaruhin lang po natin mga ma'am na wala pong bagong grading system sa ngayon. Di po ba? Yan. Alright. So maraming salamat.
Okay, so I hope na nasagutan ng ilang mga katanungan natin during the Division Open Forum. At kung may ilang mga katanungan pa na hindi nasagot, it's your time to post your questions in the comment section because at this very moment, may I invite on screen the school heads, principals, and our public schools district supervisor, Sir Justiniano Cobar, to join with
Okay, good
us.
afternoon, Dan. Thank you. Thank you kayo sa hosting. So, before we start, may I know the how many school heads are all already in? Kani sila. Thank you, thank you. Sige, thank you, school heads na ana demo. So, this is to remind also that tomorrow there will be a simulation, no? Or demo teaching. I think there are four. There are four simulators tomorrow. Then to join the high school, during the open forum in secondary, senior and junior high. So there are, I think, four school heads in secondary. So to join the, we will add the secondary, no? For the open forum after the simulation of the secondary. So to join the secondary, may I request Jose Figuracion, Banggoy, Cornelio Banggoy, Elsie Lucino, and Marion Reaila to join the secondary for the, during the open forum after the simulation. And the rest of the school administrators, those who are not mentioned, so dito na ta sa elementary, no? Sa elementary na tatanan. So katula atong gi-add kay gamay ra man gud ang sa secondary atong gidugangan og upat from the elementary. Sabagay naman pud mo'y high school. Kato akong gi-mention naman pud mo'y high school. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Ikasiyam ko to answer some questions coming from the teachers. Nanabay kan mga question, Dan?
Okay.
Wala pa
I have questions, sir, coming from one of my from the PWG. Okay. As the school heads po, what are the preparations that you can share to all teachers for us to somehow apply it in our respective schools?
School administrators who can answer.
As the school heads po, what are the preparations that you can share to all the teachers for us to somehow apply it in our respective schools?
So we'll start from, we'll start, we'll start. We'll answer. Girly? Isa lagi ni Kwan. Si Girly, si Naba si Kwan? Duna? Ah. Will answer. Unsa daw inyong preparation? School heads. Will volunteer. Part naman ko sa school head. Unsa daw inyong preparation? Allah. Di sila mabatian pa? Dan? Bray?
TWI controller, kabatid ba sila? Makadungog daw ang nasa Google Classroom. Ay, Google Classroom sa Google Meet.
Madunggan sila? O nakamute na lagi sila? Ha? Isa pa sila. Hmm? Gamay ka eh.
Madunggan ba sila?
Kuni sana? Ha? Kisay ready? Who is ready to answer the question? Wala. So I think there are preparations already made by the school heads, no, for this coming for the opening of classes this coming August. So for the modules, there are school heads. There are ready for the reproduction of the module. If the module will come, wala pa man gud ang module ni abot. Wala pa module. So hapit na karon na surong simanahan na mo abot ang module.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. How about from the school heads?
Sa So additional answer? Unsa inyong ma-preparation? Wala na? Pasada ko ang question, Dan.
Sir, gina-adjust pa ang ano sir, kadili kadog ang mga school heads, sir. May technical problem, sir. Dali ang kay sir. Okay, sir. Kung pwede daw, mabalin to sa Google Meet, sir.
Di sila kabate?
Dili daw, sir. So, kita daw duha magbalhin sa Google Meet. Na technical problem na nga hitabo, sir. I-send ang link.
Dan. Dapat sila ang ning sulod sa StreamYard, dili sila sa Google Meet.
Ay, Dili sila pwede makasulod sa StreamYard, sir, since limited lang po yung mga tao sa StreamYard po.
So kita mo balhin sa
Sir.
Google Meet.
Sir.
Makabalhin ka?
Yes, sir. Kita mabalhin sa Google, sir, Google Meet. Okay, sir.
Sige daw. Asa na link? Ihatag daw ang link.
Nasa private chat po, sir. Sa private chat sa StreamYard. Di man makaopen ako.
Since the education is pushed through nato karong August 24, I already purchased all supplies sir, like common funds, the bond paper, para sa reproduction of the reading material. As well as katong mga anti-COVID materials and equipment Kay para ready na ang school karong August 24, 2020. Madonggan. Thank you, Sir Daniel.
Technical problem. Murag naka ang inyong StreamYard ba o murag wala wala ma off. Dubli.
I-off na po ang StreamYard. Para
On one school head, two school heads. How about the others? Where are the others? Gornis.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
what is your
Jeremy po.
what is your preparation in your school? Gornis.
For us, sir, we will wait for the module to be reproduced. We will write the copy and we will reproduce, sir. Sir, as of now, sir, we conducted nag-survey na midaan, sir, kung saan mo ang dito, sir, kay basin niya mga ginikanan, sir, mga mo adto dito sa eskwelahan na may mga mahimo. Sa barangay, sir, August 24, sir, sa Talaingod, good, sir, nga positive. So, we are aware of that. Makalumad naman, sir, kay dili pagkuhan, sir. Dili na sa mag-hospital kung diba, mahadlok. So, we are giving them information about the COVID-19 cases. So, that's all ang preparation po namin sa school.
Okay. Okay, Dan, I will repeat my announcement, Dan. I will repeat that tomorrow is there will be a simulation. No, there are, I think there are 4 simulators. So may I invited all the school heads to join the open forum right after the simulation. So to join to the secondary, may I request Jose Figuracion, Marion Creaila, Cornelio Bangoy, and Ilse Lucino to join with the secondary school heads for the after the simulation for the open forum. Then the rest of the school heads will join in the elementary. No? So be ready, school heads, no? With your attire, formal, no? Formal attire, kay. Just like that we are attending the seminar in the hotel nga kuan gyud ta nagbihis gyud ta formal attire. Ato lang imagine nga nata sa hotel. Ano na ba yung naka-assign?
Sir, hi pa, sir. Wala pa, sir. Wala pa yung naka-assign.
For the open forum, Lino, kato silang upat o plus katong upat nga akong dimension.
For time.
Then before administrator in the secondary, dito na sila sa senior high o junior high. Pila gani atong simulator pa sa kay junior na kay senior. Senior o akuan so duha. Pero paan man?
Sir, we
sige.
will use the clip for
Will use the again, Lynn? Lynn?
tomorrow, sir, we will use the simulation clip for coming from the division.
Sige.
Sir, for simulation tomorrow, we will use the clip coming from the division.
Di makla. Wala. Nag-assign nga sure taong teachers coming from Bukbukan. Naka-assign taong simulator sa atong yes. Hello. So dalawang simulator coming from the division. So, wala na tayong wala na na-assign sa wala na ka-assign sa sige. Then in elementary, actual ugma na simulator. Recorded. Actual? Walang actual? So, hindi lang bukas. Simulation.
Sir, simulation, sir, gagamitin yung clip sa division. After which, return demo will be teachers coming from our district. 2 for the elementary, 1 for the junior high, and the other one is from Santo Niño National High School.
Sige. So bukas na yan lahat din. Bukas na yan lahat.
No, sir. Simulation first, sir. Plus, siguro, sir, mga Thursday na talaga yung return demo po. Pero during simulation, sir, kailangan po ng mga school heads para dun pag sa return demo, they can give feedback.
Yes, yes. Oo. So, so I requested all the school heads to join the open forum after the simulation. Narinig ba ako sa lahat na administrators? Marami bang school heads ngayon sa Google Meet? Parang wala ko. Apat. Walo. So, please invited all the school heads now to join the simulation and the open forum after the simulation. Okay. No more questions, Dan? Wala na. Okay. I think they are already ready. They are already during the return demo. Piliro. Bakit iba ang pangalan mo, GC na? You are GC Piliron. Dili na Daniel. Oo. Akala ko nag-iba ng pangalan mo. Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Eileen. Sa lahat ng mga school heads, salamat. No? Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. So, bukas na naman. So, okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, but before we end this day 2, ECHO and Division of Training of Trainers and Learning Management System, I just want to announce that tomorrow, magbibigay po ng ating recapitulation is from the Palmahil Integrated School again. Tomorrow, magbibigay po ng ating recapitulations is from Palmahil Integrated School. And tomorrow also will be our breakout session. So, meaning to say, first hour po ng ating session is plenary pa po tayo, pero after that one is magkakaroon na tayo ng breakout session wherein magkaiba na po ang link ng elementary, ng junior high school at ng senior high school. At bukas din po ay matutanghayan natin ang simulation ng iba't ibang guro ng Talaingod District. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The day 2 of ECHO on Division of Training for Trainers on Learning Management System dyan. Thank you so much for staying with us from morning until afternoon, and I hope you got a lot of learnings. This is Daniel Somosuk Jr. See you tomorrow at exactly 8 a.m. See you tomorrow and God bless.